Hello. 1 second. Hello and welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. I'm almost ready here, but this is a live stream, which is why you don't see me yet, because I'm getting ready. But this is a live stream where we talk about Star Citizen, the latest news, lore, and more from Star Citizen. I know a lot of you are listening to this at work or on your drive, so thank you for having me on in your ears or in your eyeballs for however long this is during your work week and during your travel. I'm kind of chuffed because somebody on Twitter did a meme comparing me to C-SPAN, and I'm like, man, I wish I was C-SPAN. C-SPAN is so entertaining. C-SPAN gets a bad rap because it's just boring. I'm like, you've never heard a call-in at C-SPAN. Call-ins at C-SPAN are absolutely unhinged. All right. Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome. I gotta do the Kleischer intro. Yeah, C-SPAN gets really, it's like Jerry Springer. And I think the reason why is because C-SPAN is technically owned by the government. By the U.S. government. So, because the U.S. has, freedom of speech laws, they can't, censor a bunch of people as long as they don't, break FCC guidelines. So people can go on and just rant about anything. It is hilarious.
You can take away my spaceship. You can
go to bed then. This will be around.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never.
Only 10.
Ever.
10 views in 10 seconds.
Womblissimo just resubscribed for 12 months.
Womblissimo, thank you so much for that 12 months of support. You are a very important pub, a very impressive person, a very new pedestrian. This is your father, the return to good night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, no, I had to bail. I had to work in the morning, so. Okay, you'd be surprised about how goofy people are on the floor of Congress. People always are like, especially with U.S. politics, a lot of people don't realize, it's like, oh, well, U.S. politics is so deadly serious and all these other kinds of things. It's like, yeah, people talk about scratching their balls, talking about food they eat.
You can take away my space suit.
They have juicy gossip and they don't turn off the mics so you can hear them.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
UNKN0WN Guard 1 and just resubscribed for 29 months.
Hey, Unknown Guardian, thank you for that 29 months of support. You're a very important pub, a very impressive person, a very neat pedestrian. This is your father, return to good night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh god, the helmet is facing the fourth dimension? Yes. I did enjoy the very Drake character you created there, Unknown Guardian, there as well. It was awesome. All right, so we're going to do a bit of an unconventional start. Usually we start off with just doing Star Citizen stuff, and we usually get into the random tangents a little bit later. But there is a 13-minute video which was dropped by Warhorse Studios, the company behind Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, announcing and showing off Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is coming later this year. And I have to preface this by, I am a medieval historian, technically. That's what I got my my degree in in college. Didn't really like as much as I thought, but I still enjoy that time period, especially a time period that the Kingdom Come game takes place, because it takes place during the Holy Roman Empire and all these sorts of crazy stuff going on. So it's good fun. The first game was really fun. I was a Kickstarter backer for it, and now that they've announced the second one coming out this year, it's very cool. So I do want to show it off. I like Shadowversary. Yeah. Where are your sandworms, Chris? They're in the Lear system, which you don't have yet. But, what was I going to say? Oh, oh, wait, like, you mean, like, me and Shadowversary are the same? Shadowversary, I'm sure Shadowversary is similar to me, and that both of us got into medieval period because of cool knights in armor and combat, and we stay stuck around for the, like, boring stuff that everyone else thinks is boring. Like, you know, legal restrictions and the political hijinks between various different groups, and like the average life of a peasant and how crazy things can happen, like peasant revolts and other kind of stuff. So yeah. Oh yeah, no, the Holy Roman Empire was a mess, and I love it. It's such a perfect backdrop to set any conflict in, because it's a joke. My favorite time period is actually a little later than this. When did Kingdom Come? What time? I'm gonna remember exactly. (1403). Yeah, my favorite time period is actually about 100 years after this. So this is kind of the high medieval period, is 1403. I'm much more of an the Renaissance and the early modern Europe sort of period. So. Chad once said I think he got into the medieval period because like he likes swords. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot more. Like when you get into history, like you can tell the difference between, and this is not an insult, because you don't have to have a degree in history to know history. It helps to study history to like history. Like if you really want to like know history, study how history is told and who is talking about it, and you get a little bit more insight into like how history is, and you know, studying different viewpoints and stuff like that. That's all very important for history. Like that's, in my opinion, that's the most important thing about history. You don't have to go to school for that, as long as you understand who and where to go, which is why school helps. But the difference, I can always tell the difference between a person who likes history and somebody who is obsessed with history, who's like a historian, based off of their perspective on things. Someone who likes history is like, the Sherman tank was really fucking cool, or the T-38 is awesome, or you know, argues about like what's better, pole arms or broadswords, and like argues about the best types of helmets to wear in the medieval period. Someone who likes history, that's someone who likes history. A historian will tell you, like, will basically say that stuff is cool, but it doesn't fucking matter. What matters is this random fuck off peasant who 15 years after they were born managed to fucking change the entirety of Europe. Some fucking how. That is, I will say, a misnomer. History is not told by the victors. History is a lot more complicated than that's saying. Same thing as like people say, oh, history repeats itself. It doesn't. It's just human beings are predictable. So we only do about 7 different things, and we just do those all the time. But like once you study history as a historian, there's a lot of things that I always appreciate in storytelling. You could tell someone has studied history or studies like sociology, because in history, the most important thing to take into account is the cost of resources. Every civilization has to deal with it, and every civilization deals with it in different ways. Scarcity is something that will come for you in the middle of the night when you least expect it and kill your entire family. And it's your own fucking fault. Yes, history is told by the survivors, but human beings are stubborn pieces of shit, and we will record anything everywhere and figure out how to hide it and preserve it. So, like, for instance, whenever I hear people, like, there was a conversation on the latest, on Spectrum, on the latest kind of the latest Galactopedia update. At the very bottom, someone said, there are 7 jump points in Pyro. How the fuck hasn't the UEE come in and cleaned it up? That doesn't make any logical sense. Why didn't they just shut down the jump gates? Why don't they just put a bunch of people on the gates and not prevent people to go, or go in and throw them out? And it's like, that is a very typical kind of belief that they think, oh, this is illogical. And this happens in a lot of different stories. Like, oh, why don't they just use the biggest, best weapon? Why don't they just use, like, the Nazis invented all these great things. Why didn't they use them? It's like, because one thing doesn't fucking change everything. Doing something really, really good is great, but it has nothing to do with fighting wars or maintaining the peace or control. And for example, with Pyro, how expensive would it be to have a garrison at every single jump point that leads out of Pyro? You've got to feed those soldiers. You've got to maintain their equipment. You have to have fuel. Like, just the fuel costs alone would probably be astronomical for that many, 7 different jump points. And why would they want to kick out people from Pyro? Pyro is a fucking nightmare hellscape of logistics. The fucking star sends off CMEs, faster than, I can't use a good analogy. There's no good analogies I can think of. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything because anything I think about is inappropriate. But it's insane how frequently that thing sends off CMEs. And even if, like, the current version we've had is, sped up or not fully realistic in terms of, like, what they really want it to be, CMEs knock out your ships. So if you go into a system that has a 50% chance of knocking out your ships for a while and possibly causing catastrophic damage at random at any time, that's just not worth it. Speaking of CMEs, do you know how those will affect our ships in nav mode with no shields? Probably knock them out. Almost certainly. Because they want you to get ripped out of Quantum. And you won't have shields in Quantum. But it depends. The Quantum bubbles might protect from CMEs as well. So who knows? There's a lot of other shit going on in the UAE that doesn't have the resources to do this stupid stuff. Yeah, because scarcity's a bitch. Scarcity will kill your entire family in the middle of the night, and it'll be your fault. Logistics, it's not just logistics wins wars, logistics runs empires. Logistics is the corner of civilization. Without good logistics, society can't exist. And studying how stupid people are around logistics is a great way of studying history, because you learn a lot about why people do stupid things. Because a lot of people are often under the assumption when they read stories that every single person in a story is a rational actor, and they have 100% of the information around them. And it's like, you're not a rational actor. You person listening or watching this right now, you are not a rational actor. I am not a rational actor. We have biases and needs which supersede other things around us. We will do things that we think are right, which probably are wrong all the time. CME should take time like IRL and should be part of the stellar weather report like NASA's Enlil spiral. I think that could be work. The thing about that, Macton, is I really think it should be up to the gameplay team. Is it a fun gameplay? Because I agree. I actually think it would be terrifying to have that. Because it's more terrifying to know that it's coming than it is just to show up and fuck with you. Because you can slightly prepare for the coming shitstorm that's about to hit you, but probably not enough to fully save your ass. So you could literally be staring down the barrel of a gun knowing that you're like, your ship's about to crash, you're about to explode, and you can't do anything about it. So it's a classic, what can we gain from doing this? Is the juice worth the squeeze? And the thing about Pyro, and the reason why I like how CIG writes Pyro, is that Pyro is mostly quiet. It sounds strange, because it's a hellscape filled with gangs that are trying to murder each other, but they're not very loud. But there is one exception to who is loud, and that's Xenothreat. So I hear a lot of people like, I stand with Xenothreat. Xenothreat is awesome. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck the Xenos. Fuck the corporations. Shut the fuck up. All right? You're shut the fuck up. You're pissing off of all. Stop it. You're never going to beat the Juggernaut. You're just going to piss off the Juggernaut enough so they show up and they kick all of our asses. Shut the fuck up. You're ruining business. Yeah, and nobody in Pyro likes Xenothreat because they won't shut the fuck up. They just want to kick hornets' nests when they shouldn't. What's my favorite scarcity in history example? It's a good question. Most sieges are a good example. Sieges are, everyone thinks, oh, well, sieges are pretty easy to win. No. Oh, there's a lot of sieges where people start sieging and they don't have enough resources outside the walls. And the people inside the walls had prepared for ahead of time for sieges. So they have, often in some cases, years of supply. Life inside those city walls would still suck. It would probably be awful to live in a city that was under siege. But life in the siege camp also sucks. Because the defenders often know how to get out and fuck with you while you're out and about. And all of the people who are besieged need is someone to come relieve the siege. The besiegers need to protect their backside and attack at the same time. So they have to kind of do a lot more stuff. So I mean, 5-year plans. The Great Leap Forward is a great example of scarcity. I mean, that's a textbook example of scarcity coming back and screwing you over. If I remember how the Great Leap Forward works, and I could be a little bit wrong here. This is going to be very general. Was that Mao wanted to industrialize China because that was how they're going to improve life in general in China, as well as to meet the communist ideals. You need to industrialize to be able to be communist because you need the workers to own the means of production and so on and so forth. So he pulled a lot of the workers who were farmers into building construction, which means there weren't enough people in the fields to harvest. And one of the things you have to understand about China is that China is a razor-thin margin between people and agriculture. I think it's a little bit better now than it was in the 50s and 60s, but it's always been very close because there's always been a lot of people. China's always been the biggest populated center of the world. I don't think it's ever in history it's not been. India now, I guess, but it's always been one of the biggest concentrations of humans on the planet. And if you look at a map of China, most of China is mountains. It's mountains and desert. The spot where most people live in China is a small area just kind of hugging the coast. It's not small, but in comparison to the rest of the, like, I think it's like a third of the country is really is where most people live. And then, like, not all of those places are great for agriculture. So getting agriculture from other places and, importing it helps with that a lot. And because there wasn't enough people to farm, they had crop failures and they had famine because they weren't paying attention to what they actually needed to do, because they weren't central planning well enough. China is not a single entity, though, Fishy, and that's the thing that a lot of people don't know. China is, it's kind of like, I'd compare it to like Central Europe. China is like, I think there's like 7 or 8 dominant cultures in China. The one that we mostly know of as Chinese is the Han Chinese. But there are other cultures as well that are, speak different languages, eat different foods, have different traditions. The Han Chinese are the largest population, but yeah. But yeah. The point being that I love those sorts of things. That's a long tangent of talking about like why stories are important, and I think understanding history, and that's the one thing I really like about Kingdom Come, is that Kingdom Come Deliverance is not a game where you're the Dragonborn or the Witcher or the Chosen One or whatever. It's not a hyper exaggerated world. It is it's not realistic. It's more, but it's more authentic. They're trying to shoot for immersion in a medieval world. And everything sucks. Everything is hard. It takes a while to figure things out. And once you've figured it out, it becomes easier for you to do and you feel rewarded for doing it. But it takes time and takes effort. And that's cool. Because like that's really what they're really trying to capture, what it felt like to be alive during that time. Like you just suck at everything. Like there's no tutorial on how to do stuff. You have to learn everything from your previous generations. And if you don't have the money or you don't have the like collective ability to talk to people and learn from them and like become more skilled at anything, then you're just gonna suck. It's just gonna suck for everyone. It's not really realism, because like I wouldn't say that like Kingdom Come is realistic. Like there's a couple problems I have with Kingdom Come. I do think that it's a little ridiculous to say they should have added black people into the game. That's just like, let the artists art, okay? It was a little weird that they made that, pointed that out specifically though. But I do think that they should have added more references to the Ottoman Empire and the other kind of world, because like Bohemia feels isolated. It feels like a tiny little piece of a much like an abandoned like country in the middle of nowhere. No one goes there except for a handful of people who come in to fuck things up. That's what the narrative feels like. When in reality, Bohemia was the crossroads of the fucking trade routes to Europe. There would have been trade caravans going through there all the time. And people coming from Eastern Europe and from the Middle East and from Western Europe, all coming through to trade goods and services in those regions. It's why Bohemia is so rich, is because it's very agrarian and very pastoral. It's got this very beautiful area to it, but it's crossroads. And you don't really see that in there. And that's one of those things that I really like about history, is that a lot of people don't realize how connected humanity has been since our inception. We've been trading like crazy. We always trade. The first written records, the oldest written records we have, are ledgers and letters from a trader and a complaint letter about Nasir's fucking copper being garbage. Or is it copper or bronze? I can't remember it. Don't fucking trust this asshole. I, 'cause, like, I wouldn't say realism, because I wouldn't say that like Kingdom Come is realistic. Like there's a couple problems I have with Kingdom Come. I do think that it's a little ridiculous to say they should have added black people into the game. That's just like, I was just talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance. But I feel like there should have felt more connected to the wider world of the Middle Ages, of the time period. Because it's reinforcing a stereotype of the Middle Ages as being like Europe was doing its own thing, and the Middle East was doing its own thing, and North Africa and Africa were doing their own thing, and then, you know, Asia was doing its own thing. It's like, no, they were all connected. 1403? Fuck yeah, there was shit going on through all the time. Let me see, when did that happen? Yeah, the Siege of Vienna would happen about 100 years later. Oh wait, yeah, Constantinople was still around. Byzantine Empire was still around. The Ottoman Empire wouldn't have been so much, but you definitely would have seen Byzantine traders. Yeah, hell yeah, you would have seen Byzantine traders in that area. Killjack, I'm not making videos anymore. I do want to kind of like emphasize that. It's not that I'm not making videos anymore. I am making videos. What I'm not doing is releasing them on a regular schedule. I'm releasing what I want, when I want, mostly to Patreon, and then everybody else will get it kind of when I'm ready, when it's ready. Because it's trying to play the algorithm game is stupid, and it doesn't work for lore. Like, it will eventually work, but it makes more sense for me to make the stuff that I think is cool and put more time and effort into it. Because if that kind of stuff hits and it goes off, I'll get more views and more attention through that than I would be through making videos about whatever flavor of the week ship comes out. So. Hey, Soren. Yeah, I'm not. I think some people took it the wrong way. It's not that I'm not making lore videos. In fact, one's going to be released this weekend. It's that I can't make lore videos, which if I'm chasing the algorithm and I'm trying to make lore videos that people will watch, it's really difficult to get people to watch them. And then, you know, I have to do a lot of like work on thumbnails and titles. And then most of the time people just like, I have to basically trick people into clicking things. And then I have to watch people complain about Star Citizen until, you know, enough people catch on to the thing, and people who actually care about lore pick up and go, oh, this is cool. But I have to like wait. I have to basically release it, and then a bunch of shit flows in and like shits all over. People just come in and like just shit all over the video about stuff that has nothing to do with the video. And then because they shit all over the video, it leaves a fertilizer for it to grow up and get more people to watch it. But that's really, but the problem is that you spend time and effort in making something in a video, and people come in and just shit on it. And then sometimes it just doesn't take off. So I just got a video with just shit all over it. Not worth it. It's not worth that kind of stuff. Patreon is the best way to support me. Yeah. Or, I also have a Ko-fi, which also went, but yeah. No, there's actually a lot of stuff I haven't covered. Most of the stuff I'm covering is stuff that's mostly focused on ships and other things which are within the zeitgeist of Star Citizen. I'm going to be doing a video. I'm in the middle of writing a video on the people of Virgil, and the fall of Virgil, and kind of the aftermath of Virgil, because I think it's cool. No one will care. I mean, there will be people who care, but like, it's going to get 3,000 views. If that, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, that's a lot of views. For me, that's nothing. Like, I like, for me to continue to grow at the pace that I really wanted to grow, 10,000 is what I need to get, and even then, that's nothing compared to most YouTube videos. Most YouTube videos aren't even considered somewhat successful until they breach 100,000 views. Paul, you should pre-plan a lot of videos because after Squadron drops, I assume people will care a lot about lore. Yeah, and that's my plan. That's effectively what I'm doing. What I'm doing is I'm going to be making videos, and they're going to be going to my Patreon. And then when I think they're good to drop, I'm dropping them to everybody else. So there may be time periods where no videos are dropping, period. Like probably this summer, you might get a handful of videos. But then if you're in Patreon, you get a ton of videos that summer. And then in, fall, like between August and September, I'll drop like a video a week. But most of that will be stuff that have been on Patreon for months. Because when I have time to make stuff, no one cares. No one cares about Star Citizen in July. But people care a lot in August and September. No one cares about Star Citizen in January. But they care a lot in May and June. Or April, May, and June. How much does reaction irritate you since you're investing time and research to making videos that sometimes become obsolete? Retcon? Retcon doesn't actually bother me at all. Any updated next history of lore video? It is still currently with my editor. My editor is working on it. They will be. I've asked them if they could get it done by the end of April, and they said they could shoot for it. So it should be out for page fans at the end of April. Did you tell me it's the summer of Helldivers? Yeah. It will depend on what it is. It might be a summer of Titanfall. We'll see other things doing as well, though. We'll watch the water stuff here in a moment. But yeah, no, retcon doesn't bother me at all. Because I can double dip and make new videos. And the thing about retcon is that Star Citizen rarely ever retcons because the foundation that they built for Star Citizen, they can't change because they made Squadron. So unless they want to retcon Squadron, which they are very hesitant to do because of all of the people they have, who did it, like, they can't. So the idea of them retconning beyond now that Squadron is kind of in the can, so it was, as it were, all of that is canon. They cannot change that because they want to make the sequel and the sequel after that, and they have too much invested in that. Oh, yeah, no, I'm definitely doing the food lore. 89 remembers do you not remember that I'm going to do a complete history of food? I was planning on doing it for this spring because it's just like, fuck it. It was like, fuck it. But I'm definitely going to do it now. I'll probably do it over May. But yeah. Do you think there'll be any surprises during ILW? Probably not. I'm going to say it's not a retcon until release 1.0. It's not a retcon until Squadron. But I think there's so many things that are already canon with Squadron that that is the anchor, not Star Citizen, to the lore. Anything that's in Squadron 42 is canon and will be setting the stage and the tone for all of Star Citizens. Because this is going to sound weird, but lore is pointless. I hate lore. Personally, I think lore is one of the worst ideas for storytelling because it creates dogma. It creates canon, and canon is dogma. Dogma is religion. So in that sort of situation, if you change the canon, if you retcon retroactive continuity, fix that, you can go back and change that, you're altering a religion. And as well, even though it's not really religion per se, people do worship it as religion. So as a result, people who make the right decision to change aspects of the story because it doesn't work with the stories they want to tell are often vilified for doing so, even though it's probably a better idea for that story overall. What, you hate it, but why do we still cover it? That's what I mean, Helgrim. The thing is I love lore. I think it's amazing. I think it's a great way of building a universe. It's really just world building, the rules regarding world building. And when people do lore right, it feels like history. It feels like there's beyond what you see in any IP. And it can lead to some great storytelling and great expansion. I just hate canon. Because canon is a terrible thing for good stories. Because at the end of the day, none of us really give a shit as long as something is, like for video games, as long as it's fun, it makes sense, and makes us think, makes us feel happy, makes us cry, whatever. It helps us. It's entertainment. And I don't like my entertainment to be treated like religion. I'm not going to jump into that grenade about female custodians. If it helps you, I don't care. I don't think it matters that much. And I think a lot of people are making mountains out of the molehills with it. Like Luke Skywalker dies to the dust fart cannon. What? I personally think that the old canon for Star Wars was bad. Not that the old canon was, like, awful, but it was written for a different audience and wouldn't have transferred well to movies and television. Books are great mediums to tell very specific stories, but they don't transfer well to other mediums because they're longer than most other mediums. They're the longest of the mediums. You can fit a lot of information in 250 pages. By the way, my wife's book is coming out this Saturday. Y'all should pre-order it. It's online. It's called Panic Eyes. I need to make a command for that. By Camilla Shelley. It's on Amazon. It's on Barnes & Noble. You can pre-order it, and it's officially releasing on Monday. So. And I agree, yeah, a good story and lore can make a huge difference to a gameplay. You can have a gameplay with amazing controls, but no lore, and be good or awful. Because people don't play games just for mechanical enjoyment. They do, but people rarely remember or stick to those unless it was such a unique mechanical thing that it becomes ingrained. Like, people know Super Mario Brothers because it wasn't the first platformer, but it's probably the most famous platformer. It really did really well. But there have been probably thousands, if not millions, of platformers that have released since Super Mario Brothers that have similar concepts without much, story or lore to them. And most people don't remember them. The vast majority of platformers will never have the impact that Super Mario Brothers did. But I can tell you that most of the platformers that followed Super Mario, that adopted a canon, a story that they were telling, or a narrative or a unique world you could explore, that you could unlock mysteries for, those stick with people. Those are the games that people come back to. Like Hollow Knight, good example. I understand that argument, Luna. Canon is important to me. A story isn't a story itself. It can just be changed. I understand that argument, but at the same time, I think canon, once you've established canon, it can be so restrictive that the point that you've basically wrote yourself out of making new stories. There's a way of writing canon that can work, but that canon has to be loose and it has to be subjective. The book is called panic eyes. And the way my wife likes to describe it is it's Stephen King meets slice of life. It's inspired by her own experiences with being diagnosed with DID, dissociative identity disorder. And it follows a woman who is whose fiance is just becoming a professional, full-time content creator, streamer. And they're going to their first convention as a full-time content creator, and she's tagging along with him because it's kind of like a vacation. And then she has kind of like drama and conflict with other people at the convention and some of his groups, and during the day. And at night she has these really like messed up dreams, and as the time goes forward, the dreams start to bleed into the reality of her time at the convention. So, and she's starting to like break apart, as it were. Isn't continuity important? Yes, but there's a difference between continuity and canon. Canon is this person did this, said this, and is this, and there is no discussion about it. You know, there's a reason why it's called canon, because it's borrowed from religious doctrine. It's kind of the same idea. You believe these things and they cannot be changed because these are essential for the whole universe to exist. If any of these things are wrong, then the whole universe is wrong. And that's a terrible way of creating continuity, because the reality is not that strict. There can be things that exist, like plenty of things in history have multiple perspectives, and not all those perspectives are 100% true. World War II is a great example. It's a huge war fought over literally the whole globe by millions of people. Each of those people are part of that war. They have their own experiences in that war. But you can take two people who participated in the same battle and were like literally next to each other or across away from each other, and they may have different accounts of that same very battle. That battle still took place. We know that battle took place. We know the outcome because we know the outcome had happened. But canon would be this person did this in that battle and it caused this thing to happen. If you see what I mean. Like, there's no ambiguity. That happened. The hero, the Dova King did this and did this and did this. This is the story. There is no way of changing this. There is no ambiguity on that. And I think that's it's a bad way of storytelling, because if you want to tell other stories in that universe, there is no ambiguity that you can figure. You have to use that as a jumping off point. You can't change it. Even the Bible is open to interpretation. But when you do that, you create different religions within like the Judeo-Christian tradition. Yeah, my wife has it. If you're dealing with DID, Peekaboo Panda, you should definitely check it out. My wife wrote it because she wanted to kind of be honest about her experiences with DID, and it's really her struggles with it. Like, it really kind of echoes her own personal struggles with it. It's not a 100% true story. It's a narrative flair. It is inspired by true events, but not true. But it's definitely her trying to encapsulate her own personal struggles with DID. So it's not like all awful. it's just slice of life meets Stephen King. So yeah. It's why people get upset about true endings versus best endings in game. Yeah. I'm looking at stretch goals right now. What the hell is Vanduul trading post? Will there be a peacefully trading with Vanduul some systems? There is a Vanduul. The Vanduul do trade with the Banu. So there may be a place where you can go to trade with the Vanduul, because the Vanduul aren't a monolith. They're clans. They're a clan structure. So there are some clans which may be less hostile to humans than others. Less hostile doesn't mean they still won't stab you in the head. They'll just not stab you in the head the second they see you. Kingships are usually hordes. So it's not really sociological. In fact, they even comment on it in lore that, like, they originally thought that clans existed as clans, like actual sociological clans, but they're not. But they've kind of fallen into the idea that there's two different structures for the Vanduul. There's the clan structure and the horde structure. The clan structure is built around small groups of Vanduul, usually with a single leader who's charismatic, who's skilled, who's good at their job, and everyone follows them because they're good. Because they're the biggest and the bestest kind of thing. They're very orc structure, but, you know, it's might makes right kind of thing. But it's not just might makes right, it's also their reputation. If they have this reputation of being a great warrior, or a great leader, or a cunning strategist, those sorts of things are what Vanduul, like, worship. They worship cult of personality, cult skills. And when one of those members becomes super popular and super famous for winning a bunch of battles and fighting a bunch of wars, and or like becoming really, really, really impactful, they form the hordes, and the hordes are the ones with the kingships. So those are the largest groups of Vanduul. And when they show up, shit's fucked. They're much more, their society, they're a meritocracy on steroids. Only the best lead to the top, but it's a dog-eat-dog world. Everyone recognizes if someone's good because they're the best at what they do. But the second you start slipping or someone gets better, you're going to get stabbed in the back and someone's going to take over. They're very much based off of like Germanic and nomadic tribes. They are a nomadic tribe. They're based heavily off of things like, you know, there's elements of the Mongols, the Huns, the various Germanic tribes like the Vanduuls in there. I did an entire video on it, but. So the Hatfield and McCoy Vanduul clans have a constant fuse with each other. The Vanduuls fight each other all the time. The Vanduul clans fight each other all the time. They fight each other as much as they fight humanity. It's just, there's more, you get more resources when you knock over a human world than you do, or raid a human world than you do if you raid another Vanduul ship. An exclusive star system for pre-launch backers? That's interesting. I don't remember that being in the stretch goal, but yeah. The escort carrier, the Pegasus is we haven't mentioned it in a long time. Battle cruisers, we actually have seen the battle cruisers, but they're in Squadron. So, like Drow Society, yeah. There's sorts of endruns, like the Visigoths, yeah. Man. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that that's probably not going to make it into the game in 1.0, if at all. There's also pets. There's the last one was, I think, was modularity. But yeah. No, they're not like the Highlander where there can only be one. They're kind of like a pirate ship, where like everyone decides who's the best, and whoever's the best, they get to take control. And yeah, they can be brutal and ruthless, and people will listen to them. But if people decide you're no longer the best, then someone will replace you. Yeah, so that turned the Aegis salvage ship, the Surveyor, turned into the Reclaimer. Sorry if you responded to what I said. Oh yeah, no, I just said my wife was very open that her book Panic Eyes, Camilla Shelley, available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble. It's a hard copy. She wrote it because of her own experiences with kind of coming to terms with her DID after seeking therapy and getting help and those sorts of things. And so she was hoping, because whenever she looks at media that expresses DID and the identity and like what happens with people with DID, it's almost always negative or villainous. You know, it's either like a psychopath who's going to kill everybody, or, you know, some sort of like evil genius or something like that. It's never a positive thing, or never even seen as like what it is. Rarely is it treated just kind of neutrally. And so her book was the idea to say, like, not everyone is evil with DID, those kinds of things. So thank you, Sergeant Lobster. So yeah, that was her hope, was to try to give people with DID some entertainment that represents them, that gives them representation that isn't negative. She found Split disappointing. I heard that every Vanduul have this knife they value much more and are given to the next generation as a gift. Sort of. Every Vanduul is gifted a knife to their children before they leave on their own. And they build that knife themselves for their children. I can't remember if it's like the child has to build it themselves and the parents give the resources, or the parents build it then give it to them. But that knife is their identity. It's basically their name. They're given their name when they get that knife, and that knife becomes the symbol of who that Vanduul is. Yeah, my wife Camilla, she liked Moon Knight. She's like, Moon Knight is close enough. It's pretty close to what that's like. In fact, she started disassociating while watching it, being like, "Oh God, no, I feel that." So, yeah, I still have my towel. It's a hanger flare. Thank you, Sergeant Lobster. I'm gonna get that link real quick. She does not have control over the price, but it is $22. All right, let me make a command for it real quick. Okay. Okay, exclamation point book to get that link. I will push it a little bit more. So yeah. Probably typo. Now I haven't watched IC yet. How long do the Banu, Vanduul, and Tavaran live? Banu actually only live about 50 years. 50 or 60. I have to look it up again, but they don't live very long. Much shorter than humans. Humans live about 120 to 150 years. I think it's been updated here and there. At one point, they mentioned something like 200 years old, but like Bishop is pretty old in lore. He's like in his 70s or 80s. There are people who live longer. The Vanduul, we don't know. Honestly, we have no idea how long the Vanduul live. There's no telling, because you don't talk with a Vanduul because they're just constantly trying to stab you in the fucking throat. The Tavaran live about the same as humans, so they have about the same life expectancy as humans. So. Banu reached their retirement age around 45 or 50. 35 is when they mature. They at 35 they reach the age of like that's usually when they pay off their first debt, so they're kind of free to kind of do what they want to. But yeah, it's like 50 years old is when they retire. How long live the Copians? No idea. At 35, the gem in their palm turns red. I get that reference. I personally have watched ISC, but I haven't watched it on stream yet, so yeah. The Xi'an live for like 500 years. Yeah. Yeah, it's not that they spend 100 years. It's that they seek to spend 100 years meditating in meditation. So that's kind of how they'll reach enlightenment, sort of thing. Copians is what they're called. They're Kofians. I can't remember. They haven't pronounced it, so I don't know how it's pronounced. %30% off Copian. Water is wet. Yeah. Honestly, I think this ISC is a little poorly timed, is all it is. Because it came right after they just gutted so much of like the gameplay from the first release of 3.23. It's obviously going to be like a 3.23.2 or something like that. So, in the broad scheme of things, 2 months isn't a long time to wait. But it does kind of pull the rug out. So 3.23 is the pretty shiny patch. A lot of new shinies, but not a lot of new features. Mostly just kind of updates to what we already have, and just updates of what we already have. So no, 3.21 is Invictus. 3.23.1 is Invictus, and 3.23.2 will probably be in like June or July. We have Bioticore, Paul, is a lot. Not really. I mean, like, the character creator already exists. Like, some people were claiming I was being over dramatic on Twitter, and other people like, why are you being so? It's like, I am not sitting here saying that the sky is falling because we're getting a bunch of stuff cut. What I'm saying, or like pushed away, what I'm saying is it kind of kills the hype. Because so much of the patch that was really new things, new additions to the game, that kind of change how we play the game, isn't being added, or is likely not going to be added this patch. We already have a character creator. New character creator is nice. It's great. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. but it's just a graphical and slight upgrade. It's not really changing how you play the game. It's changing how you create a character. We have new creatures. AI, walking around, animals, great. They act exactly like every other AI we have, which is half derpy because the servers aren't working, so it's not actually engaging or different. It's just they're not shooting at you. Now they just growl at you, and they're walking all fours. So it's like, okay, great. We don't have the new server mesh for the new like navigation mesh for them to walk around a bunch. We don't have the server improvements so that they're more engaging. That isn't really in there. So it's like, it's good, it's cool, but it's a good first step, but it's really just sort of just a different version of what we already have. Master modes is very controversial, same with the FPS changes, but are they fundamentally changing the game? Not really. They're just changing how you fly your ships. Your ships still are mostly acting the same. There's no engineering involved. There's no like resource management. It just kind of changes how you approach the same game. Same with like FPS stuff. It's not really changing major parts. It's not really like adding new parts to the game. It's just tweaking what we already have. We don't have a new damage mechanic. We don't have like hull breaches or armor or the power relay systems with engineering. The only thing we really have is that engineering, but that's an experimental mode. So it's kind of like a testing version. It's very early days, early branch, and it's you play around with it for like a couple of hours. You've pretty much got it. There's no real like gameplay involved in it. There's just not a lot of stuff which is like new. It's mostly just a paint over of what we already have. And that's fine because the old stuff was garbage and having the new stuff is a nice first step towards having more stuff. But it's kind of kills the buzz when the stuff that was going to change, things like how you interact with your inventory screen, is now completely, would now be completely changed. Loading and unloading vehicles, how you store vehicles, how you retrieve vehicles. A lot of that's the same, but the loading and unloading of cargo is a completely new aspect of the game. Manually loading and unloading cargo, that is new gameplay to be added. The reputation hostility gameplay, we already kind of have that, but this is kind of evolving that. So now you're a bounty hunter, you show up at Grimhex, they're going to shoot you. So there's actions have consequences now. That's new. That really hasn't been in the game thus far. So that stuff isn't being added this patch. It's going to come in 2 months, but not this patch. And that's Yes, they have caffeine. They have significantly changed the fundamental gameplay in Star Citizen. Salvage, changing, you could pull out your, tractor beams change the gameplay significantly in terms of how you withdraw and put in new components, component salvage as well. Soft death is a huge mechanic that's changed things, how you interact with things. There's a lot of ways that Star Citizen has fundamentally changed how we play by adding new features. Mining before that, hand mining, those sorts of things. I'd say there was a gap between 2018 and 2022 when they added salvage, where the gameplay was just mostly kind of the same with some new additions, but yeah. I was just saying, mining was years ago, but salvage was 2 years ago. It was last year. It was last year. It was 3/18. So what's up with the reputation hostility? It wasn't in delays yesterday, but it's still not in the PTU. What's going on with this feature? It could or couldn't make it in 3.23. We don't know. We'll probably know in 2 weeks. Yeah, medical was a big change. That was in 3.17, I want to say. Yeah, 3.17. I think that was when it was added. They added regen and how you respawn. That's another big one. I understand the impulse of saying Star Citizen hasn't changed, because when you play the game, it doesn't feel that different from when it doesn't seem like it's that different from when you start playing. But if you look back to where the Star Citizen was in like 3.0 and compare it to today, it is so different. Adding ships, being able to buy ships in game and rent ships in game, persisting your gear, the changeover of an inventory system, the like tractor beams, salvage, health systems, the regen system, the respawn system, I don't know if it's salvage, but like, you know, the different versions of salvage. So will phase 6 starts tomorrow? No, that's it. This is the last phase. It was already done.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away
Is
my
it coming down the
space
roadmap?
suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Not the way that the inventory management was.
Jaded Cynic just resubscribed for 20 months. Man, things pile up.
Things do pile up, yeah. Thank you so much for that 20 months of support. You're a very important pubber. Very impressive pisser of any pedestrian. This is your fault. The return to good night. Shots and cheers, chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Pre-physical inventory, being annoyed if I died while holding something. Now I don't care a little much when I die. Backpacks was a huge addition to that, because you could, like, you know, store stuff. The like food and water system, like our food hydration and starvation system was a big one. Outpost wasn't that long ago. The new Outposts came out in 321, 320. Think of what else. I mean, obviously, more players, which is important, and more places to go. But Levski kinda. There's just more places to go. It's not really like kind of game changing. There's a lot of different ones. There's Prisons is another one. Prisons was another addition that a lot of people didn't know, that changed how interplayed and had its own gameplay loops. Killjack. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. You're going to hear people who are going to complain. The people who complain the loudest are the people who are the most affected by it. But they are not necessarily the most. It's not necessarily everyone agrees. Yeah, racing was added. That was a new gameplay loop was added recently. But, like, we've had changes to...
You can take away my spaceship.
The way the gameplay...
You can take away my space suit.
Maniac.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Kenyak89 just resubscribed for 31 months.
Thank you so much for that 31 months of support there, Kenyak. You're a very important public, very impressive pisser of any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. There isn't a lot that's changing in 3.23 that's not visual. The stuff that is changing is important, and it's, you know, going to matter, but flight model changes aren't new. We've seen flight model changes in the past, and we'll see flight model changes in the future. This is just part one. it would be a lot more impactful if the new quantum system were in, or if the new damage system were in, or if the new resource system were in, because that's adding more gameplay loops. This isn't really adding or subtracting gameplay to Star Citizen. It's just changing how you fly your ship, which is important, but you can still fly your ship. It's not really, you're not even having aerodynamics added. So while I think master modes and FPS modes are important in the sense that they're big changes, I struggle to find those to be like exciting, especially since everyone's mad about them. If they're not mad about them, at least a lot of people are loud about them. So the stuff that I feel is more fundamental and is more important for like the long-term health of the game was pushed away. And that's kind of disappointing. Does that mean I suddenly hate Star Citizen and Star Citizen sucks now? Obviously not. But it feels like a lot of the hype from myself, and I know a lot of other people, was just yanked out because it's like, well, fuck. Especially since Chris Roberts went on stage, and I'm not saying Chris Roberts carved it into the promise board, but it is one of those situations where Chris Roberts sat up there and swaggered his way up to the podium and said, "You're going to get most of the stuff here in 6 months, 6 months after the new year starts." Yeah. And no, we're not. We're getting about maybe half of it in the 6 months. All of it in 9 months ain't bad. That's, kind of par for the course. But it does make you go, man, really hard to judge CIG. Like, I was willing to give CIG a little bit of, like, benefit of the doubt. Like, they've changed. There's a lot of new things going on. They've added new people from Squadron. Maybe some of this stuff is going to change. And it's like, nope. CIG overestimated their times, as always. Well, no, we do. 3.23 will probably come out in early May. 3.23.1 will come out in mid-May. It'll be mostly just fixes for what 3.23 breaks, and of course additions of the modularity with specifically the Retaliator Gold Standard. That's what 3.23 is, plus any new ships that they have for Invictus. And then after that's released, they'll go almost instantly into Evocati while for 3.23.2 while Invictus is going on. But there's no way they're adding like cargo stuff. All the stuff that they missed is not going to come in 3.23.1. It'll come in 3.23.2, which they'll test during Invictus, and then while everything was going during Invictus, and then it'll release into Evocati or release into PTU Wave 1 at the end of Invictus. So we'll have those other features that they aren't able to fit in, because really those 4 features are one feature. Those 4 features that they had to push back. But that means that, it's a lot of stuff, and it's very difficult, and they're going to have to test it. So I would expect it to go into, 2 to 3 waves of PTU. So probably at the earliest end of June, if nothing substantial goes wrong. If there is anything substantial go wrong, first week of July. So kind of sucks, but it's not really hopium. It's more trust, as it were. I think you're a Drake fan if you can't like the Spirit. I mean, I am a Drake fan, but the Spirit's okay. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, if nothing goes wrong. That's why I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, it's, all the stuff that they had to push out is going to come in May. No, there's no way. It will come, or even in June. It's like, nah, it's July. It'll come out in July, which is fine. Like, there's a lot of other stuff that's added, but it's like, We have a new Mobile Glass, which is great. But no new apps. New map. Quantum still has the same bugs, but we can like look for things on the map, which is much better than it used to be. It's a quality of life patch. It's not really much of a kind of a fundamental change or new additions or important advancement in the gameplay. It's a balanced quality of life patch. That's what it is. Anyone try the Cuddy tractor change? Ooh, did the Cuddy get a telescoping tractor now? Quality of life changes are necessary and demanded, and pretty much everything we're getting in 3.23 is the way that the game's going to be, I think, when 1.0 comes out. I don't think we're going to see any more major overhauls of the UI or like everything else is just going to be an additional to this bedrock foundation, but they moved the tractor beam to inside the Cuddy. Oh, that seems kind of wasteful. Actually easier to use now. I mean, I almost always use the Cuddy tractor beam to stabilize and to like hold ships. Can we please stop changing the keybinds, please? Nope. See, I'm just going to change the keybinds as they continue. Keep happy, Paul. I'm not. As I like to say, I'm not mad at CIG for doing this. I understand why it happens. I'm just disappointed. It's like, man, this sucks. I was hoping for these other changes, which would have been nice. Because, like, the one thing that the fundamentally changes, that adds a new gameplay material for the game, is loading and unloading. That adds cargo loading as a profession. It's something you can do. It's something you can do with a multi-crew ship. And people can get good at. That's, you know, as much as I know a lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to do that. There's going to be people who want to do that. I kind of like doing that. It's pretty fun. Tetris player, a little bit of legit, like Loadmaster gameplay. That's cool. Not coming in 3.23.
You want to dance?
Cobra. Are you sober? How's the headache? Hey, sober. Hey, Cobra, how you doing? Wait for it, 'cause inner hype's coming through.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space.
Good manners. I thought it was funny. Wrong showed me to pull that stunt on. That was great, though.
Inner Hype just resubscribed for 86 months.
Thank you so much for that 86 months of support there. Inner Hype, you're a very important pupper, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Like, you gotta understand. On the captain's table, the last captain's table we did, we made a joke because I talked about how CIG has swagger now. And swagger is a very important I didn't say confidence. I didn't say, you know, like they're hitting their stride. They're swaggering because they feel like they're ahead of the game and they're finally catching up to it. Kind of smashed that swagger pretty hard this last roadmap update, but they have this swag to them, and Fastcart made a joke about their you gotta that explains why they're so late sometimes because they're swaggers because they've got gigantic balls, and sometimes you trip on your balls when you're that big. And I was like, you know what? I agree. We're going to talk about in a serious conversation about how CIG's gigantic balls are the reason why why Star Citizen is suffering from delays and time schedule changes, because their swag and their massive huevos cause them to trip over their own balls, and sometimes it's going to take a while for you to get back up. That was a legitimate conversation. So I'm just saying you just picked the wrong show to talk about gluing your balls to your butthole. We have fun here. Welcome to the AstroPub. Oh. You missed it last night, Miles. You missed it. All right. So before we get into this, welcome to the office hours. So I'm not playing the game, as you can see. I'm talking about the game. And one of the things we do that it's unusual every so often is I'll talk about some other games or other things coming out that I'm excited for. And I'm going to show you this because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 had its first gameplay reveal and first discussions with a 13-minute video. So we're going to watch that real quickly, and then after that we'll watch ISC. So, oversized balls are the icing on the proverbial disappointment cake. Academics are a lot more fun than people think. Man, most fucking scientific advancements and philosophical advancements have happened in a bar where people blitz out of their brains. I can't tell you how many theorems and philosophies were invented because people were drunk in a bar. All right.
Peggy 18.
When it seems you're out of luck, there's just one man who gives a fuck. A friend who'll never leave you stuck. Now who can that friend be? Henry. Our hero Henry.
It's been a while, but now we can finally show you Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. dreamt of leaving this place. Becoming more than a peasant.
You know the trouble with an adventurous life? It can end before it gets started.
Congratulations, Sir Knight. You finally become a man.
Wake up! Pull yourself together, Henry.
Nobody will hand anything on a platter to men like you and me.
You still have a long way to go till your work is done.
O merciful God, be kind and protect us, so we don't blow our arses off. Amen.
That was cool as fuck. Oh. So the reason why I'm also showing this is just so you know. CIG worked with Warhorse. They worked together they traded technology and some information early in both of their developments. So I don't know how much of Warhorse's technology eventually got into Star Citizen or how much of Star Citizen's technology got into Warhorse. But as far as I know, they're still using the CryEngine for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So just saying, CIG. Star Engine. Kingdom Come Deliverance 3. Let's fucking go. Yes, we get to use the crossbow. You got to remember, and they even talk about this, like when they started Warhorse, there was 10 people. Like at the time when the Warhorse had 10 people, CIG had like 30. Like they had nowhere near the number of people they do. Both teams now.
Hello and welcome. My name's Tom McKay, and together with Luke Dale, we're here to present the first in-depth look at Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, an action RPG set in a realistic world of the late Middle Ages.
We're in Kuttenberg, a gorgeous city at the heart of Europe, but also at the heart of KCD2. So let's take you into the world of the game with the help of Warhorse, the creators of this medieval saga.
It's almost exactly 10 years since I was doing a video like this, introducing our new game. It's almost exactly 6 years since this game called Kingdom Come Deliverance was finally released. So now it's perfect opportunity to show you what we have been working on those 6 years, which is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And where else to do it than in this magnificent cathedral in this royal city of Kuttenberg, where majority of this game takes place. Back then, 10 years ago, at the beginning, it was only 11 of us in a small office. Now it's 250 people working very hard for years to bring you the ultimate medieval RPG adventure.
250 from 10. Can confirm CryEngine, yeah. So Mountain Blade meets story-driven game. Basically, there's a lot of, if you play the original Kingdom Come, a lot of it is based off of actual medieval combat. They have really like dynamic animations of depending on what you do, and you have combos you can hit. So it's not like based off of stuff like this. So they actually took authentic longsword martial artists and other medieval weaponry martial artists, sat them down, recorded them in a mocap studio, and worked out how they move. And then they added those moves to the game. So. That's the cool part. So it's more authentic, but there's some problems with that because more authentic means there is a couple of things that are just overpowered that you can use, you can spam and win. So that was how the first game was. And obviously they've had 6 years to work on this game, this new game. So we might see some changes. So. Nice, cool.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 follows the adventures of Henry, a young lad who barely survives the invasion of a raiding force on his village. Henry embarks on a quest of revenge against those who butchered his family and burned his home to the ground.
As a trusted squire and friend to young Sir Hans, our hero Henry is sent on a simple mission, but things turn ugly very soon.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a continuation of Henry's previous adventures, but the story's written in such a way that it's perfect for newcomers to Henry's journey.
Henry is a character that I think everybody can identify with because he starts off as a kind of nobody and goes through life with all these immense challenges. And I feel like everybody can relate to that.
Hans is all the kind of fun times and all the kind of ebullience and joy that Henry has in himself, but it takes a bit of accessing, and I think Hans really helps him to do that.
Whew. You were right about our stench.
Let's hope this water isn't too cold. You wouldn't want your pride and joy shrinking.
I'm more worried about it being too deep.
Come on.
What we are making now is what it was supposed to be in the beginning, but we were not able to do it because we didn't have enough resources and experience and all that stuff. We've proven that the concept works, and now we can take it to another level, which we always wanted. The game is much bigger in scope. Original game we had, I don't know, 3 hours of cutscenes. Now we have more than 5. Regarding the size of the world, it's 2 times bigger than it was. The story is longer and much more epic. So previously it was about an issues of small nobility with bandits in their villages. Now it's about problems of kings.
This is a behemoth of a game in comparison to the first, in my opinion. I think it's got so much more energy and pace and adventure and action and fun and trial and tribulation and just everything that you could want from.
All right, I'm backing up a little bit. This dumbass is high guarding.
To the first, in my opinion, I think it's got so much more energy and pace.
Why the fuck are you high guarding? The fuck? Are you just dumb? How the fuck you get that armor? Later, Mumpo.
And adventure and action and fun and trial and tribulation and just everything that you could.
Fucking rich kid with I got armor, I can be fine. Later, bud. And this is a good example. It's coming up. This one right here.
From setting up the characters so beautifully in the first game, and then throwing them out.
You would never fucking do that. Your ass would be fucking dead instantly. That was very Hollywood cinematic, which is cool. Don't get me wrong. So that's okay to have those little flares in there.
Out there and going, right, let's see what you're made of. This is going to be so much fun.
Henry is a young guy, so he's not really like so deeply entrenched in his already, set character traits. So you can.
Anyone know if they're extending the missions for Overdrive? I just finished the second wave. Been struggling with the first of 5 of the third wave. Yeah, they're going to be going until 3.23 is live. But I wouldn't expect 3.23 to go live for another couple of weeks. So.
Build your Henry in a different ways.
And that all means that it's actually on you who you want to be. You can save the world, or you can help to punish it for its sins.
Damn.
The combat is also historically accurate, but we don't want to do that for the historical reasons or something. We want to do that for the immersion, and we want you to feel the sword in your hand. We want you to feel threatened by the enemies on the battlefield.
He's fucking doing it right. This shit right here, hold on. So, let me, for those of you who don't know authentic medieval combat, let me explain something to you. Authentic medieval combat is whatever the fuck works and kills your opponent is fucking okay. So, like, that's how you win. So, when you see this shit right here,
for the immersion, and we want you to feel the sword in your hand.
Right here, where he grabs the sword, that happened all the time. If you have a, especially if you have a gauntlet, grabbing the sword and using it as a lever to just fuck someone in the face is really cool.
We want you to feel threatened by the enemies on the battlefield. We want you to fight for your life.
As far as
there are like actual counters and moves and stuff like that. But like the reality is that your weapon is a weapon. Every part of it is a weapon, and you use every part of that weapon. Yeah. Oh, not well. Is that half sorting? Is that what it's called? Half sorting is usually when you kind of choke up on the sword. I'm talking about, like, you know, it looks better because it looks more dynamic. In the first one, you had animations, but it was very simple. This looks a lot more fluid. It looks a lot more varied, which is nice. Were there in-game moves? Yes, there were ways that you could, if you hit certain moves, you could do a combo. And that combo would overwhelm or would do a certain thing with specific weapons. And then there was also, what was it? Like something strike that would just overpower as shit. You would just win. It would just be like bounce people in the head. Blade with one hand. Okay, yeah. Master strikes.
Missile weapons go. We added new type of weapon. We added crossbows. Also, some early firearms.
This is my boomstick.
Kingdom Come feels like the good old school RPGs. It will always surprise you what you can and cannot do.
You know, you can be better in combat. You can be a sweet talking guy who talks his way out of problems. You can be a charming knight. You can be a thief, you know, a scoundrel. Anything you do will be recorded. People will remember it. If they saw you do that, our crime system will react to that.
For example, when you are, I don't know, drunk and naked, people comment on that on the street. And now you can also reply. You can tell them, oh, I'm sorry. Or you can tell them, piss off, man.
If you do a lot of criminal stuff around the village, people will start to be suspicious. They will greet you differently. So try to make these little things collapse into like greater mosaic where your actions are really reflected.
It will always surprise you what can be done in Kingdom Come.
we are moving to
I'm arguing this is Star Citizen related because of a lot of different things, but yeah, just keep it at that.
different places. So one map is taking place on the actual place that's called Bohemian Paradise, and it's really beautiful nature with quite unusual rocky formations all around. And then we are moving to totally different, rather urban countryside surrounding huge silver mining, very rich city. So there's this big city.
The Gutenberg is a huge step forward for us, and it was, I would say, biggest challenge in the game. Because from those small outskirts and small cities, we are really getting in one of the richest cities in the medieval Europe.
And it's really big. It's even too big, in my opinion.
We are trying to go beyond that usual muddy, dirty, medieval world, dark ages where everyone is dying from famine and war.
It was really like colorful, like it wasn't dark at all. We have really...
I have a little bit of nitpicks in this because all the fucking guards have got like full fucking armor. It's like, nah, that wouldn't have happened. No fucking way would they'd have had that much fucking armor. That's just a fortune they're walking around in. They'd have like a cuirass and a helmet and, you know, like a pole arm, maybe some greaves, a little bit of like chainmail here and there, but like a full tabard of like the fuck no. No way. That's fine. They're trying to emphasize the more colorful and vibrant side, the real political and lives of people in the 15th century, which is great.
Really like colorful. Like it wasn't dark at all. Well, we have really beautiful environments. Like players should go and explore all those like little woods and beautiful rocks and castles.
The thing that I love about the game most is just wandering around, because the nature is really beautiful. It's really serene, peaceful, and it's full of secrets.
The music is...
Yes, this is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. But for those of you who don't know, Kingdom Come and Star Citizen have a history together. When Kingdom Come was being kickstarted, Chris Roberts promoted the game and actually reached out to Warhorse, and CIG and Warhorse worked together and traded technologies. So Warhorse, I think, gave CIG cloth tech. So a lot of the cloth tech you see in Kingdom Come, the stuff that's in Star Citizen is originated from Warhorse. And I think it's a lot of the like physical based rendering, like a lot of the graphics stuff that you're seeing in stuff, that origin, like a lot of the not necessarily hard, like I think it's the PBR stuff that CIG kind of helped build. They gave that technology to Warhorse to help them out. So this was early on in the first game, but they use the same engine effectively, and you know, it's pretty cool.
Big part of the game. Jan Walta is the composer as with the first game, because I think he's awesome, he's genius.
No, not going to be multiplayer. It's single player. It's a single player story game.
Game, you can experience something you cannot experience anywhere else.
I think players will be really impressed by that.
My message to the fans would be, you are in for a ride.
Thank you for all your support. Please follow us on our journey to create something unique. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 will be released by the end of this year.
See you in KCD 2.
Very cool. Does this mean Star Citizen 2 will come out before Star Citizen? What? So So I wanted to show that off because, yeah, as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 actually has a lot of connections with CIG because they both were being developed, or like Star Citizen started at around the same, a little earlier than Kingdom Come, but around the same time. And Kingdom Come was kickstarted. I actually kickstarted the original Kingdom Come, and because I was really excited for it. And CIG, Chris Roberts, gave him a shout out. There's a lot of Star Citizen fans who are also Kingdom Come fans because of that, who found out about the first game through that. And they traded technology, which is pretty cool. Does this mean I wonder if CIG let them use their mocap studio? I don't know. I don't know if they still kept that connection up over time, but yeah. Yeah, I think they did. You could do it, and it was also on. They originally was on PC, and then they made it for Xbox and PS. And PlayStation, and now I think this one's coming out. This one's coming out at in 2024, so it's the end of this year. So I will be playing the original Kingdom Come live on stream this summer on the lead up to it because I think it's cool as shit. And you can watch me be bad at the game and making bad decisions. So, all right, I'm gonna use the restroom, come back, and then we'll watch Inside Star Citizen. We'll get very wet. See, I'm wondering, CIG, reach out to the Warhorse again and see if you can't swap technologies about melee combat.
2 words.
That would be cool as shit.
Good news, everyone.
Crossbow tech.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Drugs.
Boarding axes, baby. Stop adding techniques.
Weapons free, y'all.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
It's been out for a while. Those sounds have been out for a while. All right, let's head on to watching the video. I'm not going to record this one because I'm going to do a roadmap update and a monthly report recording because I think it's important to do. But
Alpha 323 is just around the corner, and with that, a host of new gameplay and general.
The video looks off. What's going on? This, oh God, does that look bad for everybody else? It looks really washed out.
General life in the verse features. But it also includes a variety of technological improvements like the replication layer split, our initial implementation of Vulkan, image upscaling breakthroughs, and the subject of this week's show, changes to the water rendering and simulation system that were first discussed at last year's CitizenCon. So here now are the water wizards themselves to tell us more.
You've been doing this for a while now. Why do you think people are so interested in water?
In just any scenario.
Because it looks fine. Like, the color grading looks okay, and though it just looks so washed out in the other one.
Is such a focal point. You go to a national park, you go see the rivers and the waterfalls, you're looking at stock photos of anything. It's people focus on the water because it is just so different to kind of anything else you find in nature. Like, everything's unique and everything's different, but water is just something else entirely. Wow, you're making me sound like I'm a water cult or something.
When you came aboard, did you imagine you'd be the Moist Master?
I still don't refer to myself as that name, try as you might, Jared.
Hydro homie?
This is his first job in gaming, by the way. This is his first job in gaming. I talked with him at CitizenCon. This is his first job in gaming. That's impressive.
I guess I didn't see it being such a focus, but I'm glad that it is. It's good fun. I really like it. It's not all water. Water's just the nice things I get to talk about more.
Sympathy and Jared. Oh no! It's always sounded like that.
Someone asked me when I was at SitCon recently, what makes water 3D in games? What's different to anything else? And the truth is, you have to work to make it look like water, because what we perceive as a volumetric liquid in real life, in graphics, we break down into different parts. You have the water surface, which is what you see reflecting, what you can look through, where you see your waves and your foam and so on. You have the fog underneath, and any particles floating around that makes you feel like you're inside water rather than just underneath a surface above you. And then you have all the effects that go to selling that, whether it be the lighting, the caustics, the boundary when it's intersecting your visor, or any of the splashes or simulation that we're going to move on to. So we showed a slice of what we've been doing with water at SitCon last year, and what we put out into 323 is a few steps ahead of that. So we're going to show you what we've been able to do since. Getting the rendering right was really key to making sure that the sim looks right, because anything that catches your eye and tells you this isn't real is going to stick out far more than any work that we put into the sim.
It has to be said that the way we rendered water in the past in Star Citizen was not really up to scratch. So we have spent a lot of time trying to make it a lot more realistic. Water is quite an interesting thing to render. It has very complex form in its dynamics and the way it animates. But optically, it's very interesting too. In some ways, water is like glass. It's transparent, it refracts and distorts light.
You sink and walk. Yeah, you don't swim yet. They don't have swimming in.
Which passes through it. And it also has a surface which reflects the environment around it. In some ways, water is also like fog. It obscures the background behind it, maybe completely obscuring it. And certainly impure water will have suspended particles which themselves reflect light and give the water a cloudy hue. The water surface may feature foam, certainly where waves are occurring or at shorelines. One thing we wanted to do was improve the way we render foam on the ocean surface. This involved having it show detail when viewed close up, and also having it disperse in a very naturalistic way, where the foam breaks apart into small patches and the bubbles dissipate. One thing we did to get the details on the close-up views of foam is photograph a pan of soapy water. This gave us the required detail to project onto the foam surface and give the look we wanted. It's nice to think that all of the foam you see on any ocean in the verse started its life in a soapy pan of water in my kitchen. In Star Citizen, players can enter the water. This means they can view the water from underneath the surface. So we spent lots of time making sure underwater views look correct, showing fogging and so on.
That's negative 60 degrees. That's not water. That's like hydrogen?
Lots of time making sure underwater views look correct, showing fogging and so on.
It looks like a moon too, so yeah.
Similarly, when the player enters the water line may cut across the player's visor, and we took a lot of time getting that to render correctly and show it as expected.
I really think the improvements that have gone into the rendering of the water, especially the surface, the fog, it's leaps and bounds ahead of what was in 3.22. So from rendering, let's move on to surface simulation.
Man is dead.
What we wanted to do was provide some next level visuals to go with all the things that can interact with water in our game. With the nature of the sandbox universe, there's just so many ways you can interact with it. And with all our spaceships and the colossal thrusters and wakes they can throw off, we really wanted to be able to match that with the water rendering. The way we decided to approach this, instead of having...
And Walker, that sounds like a bug. 890? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, 890. I think that's a bug. I don't think it's supposed to fill with water. I think it's what happens is that it rests on the surface, and so the interior of the ship is just like the water just clips through the ship. Is what I'm almost certain, because I'm sure it's still waves and stuff like that. They probably have to wait for the room system and a bunch of other stuff to be added for some of that stuff to matter.
Allocate areas where we need to be simulating and propagating water waves at any given moment, regardless of where the camera is. We can allocate and deallocate these as we need, and we can have a pool of them of any size depending on the spec of your PC. You can actually change the maximum allowed regions in your graphics options.
On medium setting, you can have 32 regions.
So this is client-side entirely. So if you have a potato PC, you will not see the cool shit.
Rated at the same time. You can even go to a very high setting, which would give you as many as 128. To choose the best regions, we try to have the closest and most important ones show up and call the other ones. The fact that we sort it by the number of interaction and how strong they are means that only the most important ones will be shown on screen, which helps, because having a little interaction right in front of you could be useful, but it might not be visible when there's a very big ship going right by and creating a huge wave.
Sounds like you've built a very efficient system then.
We've tried to build a very efficient system.
In order to interact with things that are in the water, we first need to know that they are there. We've hooked up to the physics system, so it sends us events when physical objects like boxes or the player or bits of ship debris are in or floating in the water. From there, we can work out how much water has been displaced and the velocity, and pick an appropriate simulation wave speed to match those. From there, we can apply forces to different texels of each sim region, which then propagate as we update that region over time. As well as responding to physical objects in the water, we can also hook this up to other input types.
For example, we could have a ship falling into water, creating a huge displacement.
That's not a huge displacement. That was a nice little dive.
But we can also have footsteps near the beach.
Yeah, we're missing the splash out is what we're missing. That's why it kind of looks a little weird.
Or we could also have bullets and missiles and explosions. For the player, this means that you can be way more immersed in your game.
That's one hell of a pilot.
As you can see the direct effects of what you are doing, how you are playing on the water.
We wanted to be able to create the best visual impact we could without having an impact on your bandwidth and server performance, etc., especially as we move into bigger and bigger player counts. So our water simulation is done on the client and is visual only, and I think that way we get the best possible result out of it.
All of the information that we get from the different systems is then packaged and sent to the water buffer.
Tying this all together is the water buffer. This allows us to take in inputs from multiple systems to the shape of the water surface, and then use that information in lots of other systems, such as additional effects and, of course, rendering the water. Each patch of ocean is able to render with both the water buffer on and off. If it is off, it simply shows the ocean waves according to where it is on the planet. If it is on, it first populates the water buffer region with the wave data in that patch. We then add in any simulation data or data from other inputs. Then when we come to render the ocean patch, we look up again from this buffer where we have the total added together result of both the original ocean waves, the simulation, and any other inputs. To copy the simulation in, we build a mesh that covers parts of the water buffer that we're going to write into. The UV coordinates of each vertex in that mesh point to a specific part of the region atlas. This allows us to read specific parts of simulations and input them to other parts of the water buffer, and it allows us to do it in just one draw call. Having the water buffer set up like this to receive multiple inputs leaves the door open for implementing multiple types of simulation going forward. For example, beach crest waves could be input into this system. This means as well that any other system nearby can look up to see where the waves are and see how high the water is. We use this to drive a number of different effects.
Having the water buffer allows us to have the graphic system query what nearby waves are doing. This allows us to render things called caustics. Caustics are where the ocean surface is focusing sunlight onto areas nearby. So for example, it may focus light from the sun onto the seabed, making certain bright patches animate around. And similarly, light can be reflected upwards onto the side of a vehicle.
That is really fucking good. Like, I mean, obviously it needs more work than we currently see, but that's really fucking cool. That reflection is amazing.
For example, caustics are a very important visual clue for water rendering, and leaving them out would have meant the water did not look correct.
Well, that was a look into all the work that went into the water in 3.23. The whole thing is pretty sweet. I'm really happy with how it looks. The team has done a fantastic job. Planet Tech have got some really exciting things coming. I'm really, really excited to dive back into the planets of Star Citizen. I hope you guys enjoy it.
So yeah, Planet Tech is working. That's the new tech that's using AI. Not language model. What is it called? It's the machine learning AI stuff. So, which is pretty cool.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the updated rendering system makes water look more like water. That region-based simulation makes water behave more like water. And that the new water buffer itself hooks into all the other systems, like physics, which will get its own series of improvements down the line, to make water interact better with the variety of things that players throw into it. Boy, you love throwing things into the water, don't you? For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the process of game development.
I wanted more splash, though. I say, well, I'll save my thoughts
with you, and we'll see you all here next week.
Pyro doesn't know. It used to, but then they retconned it because they weren't ready for it. Possibly. Could possibly get the Kano system. Good night. Unknown Guardian, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Yeah, we've been going for 2 hours. I would say we need larger waves and we need splash effects. Splash and spray. The stuff I'm talking about is very minor, though. It just means, like, because, like, when you drop something in water, the water will kind of, you know, when the drop comes in, when the symptom comes in, I'm trying to remember exactly how, like, it'll displace the water, the water will go up and then, like, thin out and spray out. Right now, that doesn't happen. It just kind of, the water acts more like mercury. It doesn't act like water. It feels denser. Like the water looks too dense, and it looks that because it doesn't splash like that. I think if you got those two things, and then you also had some, it's too sticky. There's some dialing in they could do, and they definitely need to kind of go back and you know, work on some of the stuff. It doesn't need to be absolutely perfect. It doesn't need to be like 1-for-1, but I think they could improve it a little bit. Their Kano has massive waves. It's really good. It's really cool. There's a lot of like fidelity to it. It's just slightly uncanny. You know what I mean? God, I'm gonna be streaming for like 5 hours tonight, aren't I? The water moves like Jello. Yeah. Based off of what I've seen from underwater footage, that underwater stuff is like bang on. It's scary how good they got that lighting effect and the reflections and how water looks. It's one part, and there's like still a couple parts they could fix. No, you haven't. I'm about to do the roadmap roundup stuff, so. But almost certainly a lot of this technology we're seeing that's being added is mostly for Squadron, and then when they actually have to tackle large ocean-bound planets, they'll come back and look at that again. But Planetech V5 is more important because Planetech V5 is, I have a feeling, and you can quote me on this, feel free to snip this out, make little shorts of it, I'm okay with it, clip it, but I have a feeling that Planetech V5, at its core, is tackling the speed upon which production of high-quality planets is done. Planetech V5 is going to be their first attempt at procedurally generating planets that make sense, that are fast and efficient. Up to now, they've had a tech which they can generate a planet instantly, but you still have to go in and like map out biomes by hand. Or they can generate biomes, you have to kind of touch it up a little bit by hand. I think what CIG is trying to do is make most of that process automated so the touch-ups take less time. So that way they can turn making a planetary system, like star system, from, you know, a couple of months of work to a week. Yeah, I don't think it'll have buildings for systems. I don't think you're going to see procedurally generated buildings with that tech. Though I wouldn't be surprised if it's part of the later additions to it, because they do want to redo ArcCorp. And I think that's going to be their kind of groundwork for redoing that sort of stuff, so. They also have to make sure that algorithm just doesn't duplicate itself between planets. The system mostly does broad strokes right now, but Planetech V5, what they showed off as the kind of demo for at CitizenCon, is effectively most of the content, most of the stuff is done by AI. It's AI-driven learning. It's a learning model. It's not a language learning model. It's the older version that's a little bit more well tested. But yeah, all they have to do is input a parameters for a planet, and it'll pop out the planet's biomes and all, and it will dynamically generate the biomes based off of how that planet should look. which is pretty cool. Machine learning, thank you. They're using machine learning algorithms to feed in like data, planetary data, and then saying, okay, you've got all this information, give us Terra. Here are the parameters for Terra, go. And it'll just spit out something that it thinks is Terra, and then generate that system, that planet based off what they have. But like I do, that those models are language learning models, not machine learning models. The difference between language learning models and machine learning models is that machine learning models are specifically are more focused. They're more expert systems than they are generalist. They don't scale well outside of what they do, but they can do pretty well. We've used them in science and medicine to create some ridiculously cool and good options for like medicines and other things to recreate things that we wouldn't be able to use or would take months for us to use. It just speeds up stuff that we could do already. And the monthly reports, they've been talking a lot about it. We'll talk about it. We'll see it probably a little bit here too, but they've been working on it pretty cool. So. Is can we probably do in the future thing as described in CitizenCon? Did they already implement it? If you look at the CitizenCon thing, they say the Planetech V5 is that. That's part of Planetech V5. And the thing they showed off at CitizenCon was an experiment. It was their first look at it. They've talked about working on Planetech V5 since January. I don't know if it's fully implementing the machine learning model that they're using for AI, but it might be. They haven't directly described using them in the monthly reports, but if you go back and watch CitizenCon, they say this is Planetech V5, and this is part of Planetech V5, because how would you improve on the current Planetech? Language learning model doesn't make a lot of sense, in my opinion, for Star Citizen. You would need to build a proprietary system. They wouldn't want to use a over-the-counter system, and they'd have to have writers work on that system intensely. There's a lot of aspects to that which would require a lot of work to do, and it wouldn't necessarily give any more effect than it would just having writers create story arcs for characters. I get its usage, and I know why people want to use it because it kind of allows for dynamic discussions. But playing around with language learning models, they repeat themselves a lot. You end up with very similar stuff that you would have with just regular NPC dialogue conversations. Yeah, machine learning's been around for a long time. I 90% of my day is saying the same shit, especially if we're doing customer service. True. And generally speaking, though, you probably add a little different flair to things. You don't have the same spiel all the time. You probably have other things, which is what people really want. They want conversations which feel dynamic, not necessarily that are 100% dynamic. Because 100% dynamic conversations is schizophrenia. It's extremes. It's one to another. And schizophrenia isn't the good word for it. It's like bipolar almost, or like it's just boom, because you wouldn't have a shopkeeper You come into a shopkeeper might wouldn't go, what the fuck do you want? And then the next person come in, they're like, oh, how can I help you? Because that's dynamic, and that's interesting, but there's no reason for it to happen other than they rolled a dice and they just decided to change it. Depending on rep or faction involved, yeah, that would be great, but you don't need an AI to do that. You need a writer to do that. But I understand why people kind of are looking, saying, hey, why don't you use the large language model for this? Because the large language model does have a great way of having dynamic conversations, which feel like you're talking to a person, even though the AI voice is typically kind of off and they're clunky. The speech is very clunky compared to like a writer or like how people talk. But it feels more authentic and less canned. Do you like master modes more than the current model? I haven't experienced enough time with master modes because the times I've been hopped onto PTU, my brain hurts because of the stuttering and such. But I don't think Star Citizen's in a position to start going crazy with that sort of thing. What CIG can do, and I'm sure they will do, is a bunch of canned voice lines for a handful of actors, which will repeat everywhere, like a lot of different things, but have some more unique voices and unique lines for various characters, depending on what's going on. So, yeah, I can say it's much better with a stutter, thankfully. Okay, and I did add they did add the save, right? The crash handler, or the new crash system, and they went back and fixed that. Today's PG is much better. Okay. It's not necessarily a matter of crowdfunding. The issue with large language models is that CIG wouldn't be able to use an over-the-counter one. So if they were going to use the systems, they would have to start developing it in-house and hire people to build their own version of it and input their own dialogue into it. They'd have the writers write a bunch of different dialogue. And at that point, CIG might as well just build their own systems that don't involve large language model. Maybe using some systems or using some ideas, but building their own kind of random generation system. And they already have something similar to that. The AI work off of these, I think they're called tag systems. They might be called label systems. But each AI has a dynamically generated label that attaches to them at any given time. So they have a name. They also have a status. So like, are they outlaw? Like they have a faction they belong to. Then they have a generic job. Trader. Right now it's all combat. So it's like, you know, like assault, soldier. There's like the difference between people who push up and get close because they use close range weapons, people who kind of stay mid range, and people who stay long range. And then there's additional tags which add like different flavors to their behavior, like pusher and sniper and coward and those sorts of things. And those labels get attached to AI so that they're more dynamic. So, and it's all procedurally generated. So this stuff is just rolled every time the AI shows up. So using similar systems, you could create lines for specific characters which match some of those tags, and then just have those characters say those lines because they have those tags. and then just increase the number of tags or have unique tags for each versions of each tag for each faction. You know. They'll have more than 3 actors, but I don't expect CIG to have. I expect it to be better than Bethesda, but not by much. But also, CIG has the advantage that they don't have a solid, fixed time for release. CIG will always be adding new content, and if they add new content, they can add new actors. So. As a prominent PvP pilot, Master Modes is good for combat, but it really does just kind of make casual flying more boring. As for skill, it only makes it harder for bad pilots, and bad pilots do joust stuff. Less Space Brit VO. They've actually specifically said that they're trying to move away from just having British voice actors, and they're going to expand out to different voice actors for acting. Like, they're going to add more actors to the pool. WoW's a little different, though, because WoW doesn't have fully voiced characters. It only has, like, wild lines and a lot of dialogue. Like, just, like, text boxes. CIG will improve upon it, but I think we'll get, like, you know, off chance 20 different vendor voices. You know, still a lot of options, but that means that if you go to a shop that has 20 vendors, you may not get a duplication, but if it has like 30 vendors, you're going to get at least a couple of duplicated voices. Not gonna lie, today's Waterden was awesome. Room for improvement? Sure. I've seen some great feedback, but as it is, it's looking phenomenal. It's great. They've added new lines all the time. A lot of the voice actors that are in the game right now are just CIG employees. They stuck them in a booth with lines and told them to do stuff. And there are, over 1,000 CIG employees, so I think they'll have plenty of voices for those sorts of actors. But the problem, and that's one of the reasons why so many of them are British, because like half the company is in the UK. Question: do you think one day CIG will bring PvE battle zone conflict, where there's 2 factions fighting together in front of spawn ships and AI NPCs on foot? Yes, yes. The Civil Wars on Charon is what was literally built around that idea. It's basically PlanetSide, but in Star Citizen. The main skill aspect of the current flight model is most simplified of terms is just controlling your speed and using your brake and boost. Yeah. It's learning how to control your speed and control your turns. It's a lot about how to maneuver in combat so you can get your guns on your target. But a lot of people just zoom in and don't know how to control their speeds. But there's no penalty for that, which is a problem. I saw that in the beta for Hard Space Shipbreaker, the initial voiceover was staff, and kind of missed some of them. The employee voice for Weaver was better, in my opinion, than the final professional. Yeah, it's Wing Commander combat. It's bringing Star Citizen back into a 90s space sim genre. Which is kind of what Chris was always trying to push for, which was World War II in space. However, I haven't had enough experience with it to make a definitive saying that I like it or dislike it. I haven't seen it. I did see that it was being teased, but I haven't seen the actual throttle, so. Fall of Rome War II in space. Yeah, it's a lot of different things. And that's kind of how everything is. As I always like to say with Star Citizen, like the lore for Star Citizen started off as Rome, but in space. The fall of Rome, but in space. But it's evolved beyond that. As the development went forward and as the game continued, there's a lot of just nuances and changes to things. You know, it started off with World War II in space, World War II dogfighting in space with 6 degrees of freedom, and has evolved to what we have now. That's because the original ideas are rough drafts. They're, you know, back of the napkin kind of sketches. You start off with your idea and then you work out from the idea. And I think that's what a lot of people don't realize, is that Star Citizen is incredibly raw. Like, we're seeing game development as it happens in such a raw form that most players will never see. And not just not just game development, but like the collaborative creative process in general for media is very, very chaotic and has very, very, like, the Star Citizen experience is more common than not. In fact, honestly, the reason why Star Citizen is taking so long is because CIG has to make playable versions of each release for players to enjoy. If they didn't have to go through the time of optimizing and improving and those sorts of things, if they just were just kind of pushing through, Star Citizen as a game would have been done probably 5-6 years ago. It just wouldn't be as good of a game as we have now, which is that kind of that balance. It's better than it used to. It's better than it would have been, but it's also taking longer to make. And yeah. What we would have had for Star Citizen 1.0 back in 2016 would have been much more Elite Dangerous than we currently have. And some people in Elite would love that. People who like Elite would love that, but it probably wouldn't be as good for people who wanted something a little different. You'd be surprised how much Star Citizen does for optimizing. CIG has done a lot of optimizing, which they have wasted entirely. I remember when a good day was 15 frames per second. CIG has done a lot of optimizing for the game before they even had the current generation, like, rendering tech in the game. Vulkan is now in game, version 1, but still, Vulkan is in the game. So Vulkan being in the game is a big deal because it's going to allow for even more optimizations, because now they can rely on the API to help out rather than just them raw dogging it. Three bombers: Gladiator, Eclipse, and Retaliator. Oh, if you're talking about actual bombers, yeah, the A2 and the A1. If it feels a lot bigger, and therefore I've been forced back to my Saber, which I don't regret. Saber supremacy forever. Aren't you always a Saber main, though, Hyper Blaster? So, can you discuss the nuance of regarding the differences in flight model recently versus the new changes as you understand them? I don't feel up to speed with Master Modes just yet. Master Mode slows the game down. All of the ships are slower than they used to be in their flight mode. And it also has changed rotational speed. So before this, you would use your 45s. So you would do tricording, which means that to go up, let's just say to pitch up, it takes 2 seconds to pitch up, to pitch all the way up. And if I wanted to go to the right, if it pitched to the right, it would take 2 seconds. But if I go up and to the right, while I'm doing it, it would take me 1 second. So you are encouraged to constantly strafe in like 45-degree angles around your opponent so that you can keep your guns on them. With the current change, that has changed, so I believe up and down is more efficient. So instead of kind of doing these sorts of like weird sort of buzz maneuvers where you're rotating around each other at different angles, you're pitching up and down on people, so you have a lot more like smooth movements and that sort of stuff. They also changed how flight speeds and maneuvering works as well in general. So like everything is a little slower, and now each ship is more unique in terms of its classification. So they have hard cutoff rules for each classification. So they have things like light fighter, light interceptor, medium fighter, medium interceptor, heavy fighter. I don't think there's a heavy interceptor, but they have things like bombers, frigates, corvettes, that kind of stuff. They have these general terms which each ship will fit into, and then it'll handle like those specific things. So every ship is going to have a weakness and a strength. So you can't just use one ship because it's, good, or if you're good at that one ship. It's going to always have a weakness somewhere, which is going to make it vulnerable to other ships. So it creates a more of a rock, paper, scissors dynamic where your light fighter isn't going to do as well against the heavy fighter, but a heavy fighter won't be able to catch a light fighter. They added input delay too, where the mouse and keyboard users or mouse users can't just frantically mash different thrusters directions to wiggle. Oh yeah, the what was it called? Pip waggling. Yeah, to make it harder to target them. Yeah. .45s are much less intuitive than master modes. Yeah. Piggle. You just need rock, paper, scissors, Jesus, Spock. Hey, Westbrook. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, Dark Tidings. The Redeemer makes no sense at the moment. The Redeemer never made any fucking sense. It goes good. So it sounds like turn fighting is more realistic and they're playing more into the formalizing rules. How do we think that's playing out with individual specs and loadouts? What it does is it makes it more about the pilot. It makes it more about the ship you're piloting than the pilot. A good pilot, I'm sure, will always be very good at what it does, but it's a role based. So you're moving away from the skill of the pilot is matters more than the ship that they're flying, and more that the ship itself is going to have an effect on what you're flying. And that was a lot of concerns for that's a major concern I've heard from people, which is that this moves the game away from pure skill based and more towards you have a better ship, you're going to do better than your opponent. So more of a pay to win sort of idea, but ideally, an expensive ship isn't going to necessarily let you win because there will be hard counters to those ships, which are cheaper. So I've watched a lot of master mode testing this week, and I'll have to try it for myself. Maybe log in for ILW.
You can take away my spaceship.
Yeah, Dark Tidings. I hate the Redeemer. I don't know if I'm going to explain that. I think it's a piece of garbage.
Ever take away my space game.
Mason Cold Iron just resubscribed for 35
Mason
months,
Cold
almost
Iron.
3 years.
3 years almost. You are a very important pupper, very impressive visor, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're going to drink on shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Should comments now. 1, can you aim? 2, do you have more guns? 3, win. Yeah, it's basically an arms race. Because aiming is kind of been removed as a skill. As long as you're generally shooting towards a target, your guns will auto-aim. So, because everything has gimbals now. So it's less pure, your gunnery skills don't matter as much. Blasphemy, Paul. I don't think that's necessarily an intended feature, though. I think that's just more of a... there are things which haven't been added to the game which will change that. Things like armor... things like the resource system, and then when the atmosphere you have things like the control surfaces. These things will have a lot of impact on those sorts of things as well, because some ships will perform better in atmosphere than others. Some ships will be more armored, which means that you can have big scary guns, but it'll be harder to punch through their armor. You also have things like power management, so you're going to have to manage your power towards the very specific things. You can't just you can't just fire all your guns at once. You'll have spool up and spool down. You'll have heat management you have to worry about. So, you won't be able to fire all of your guns all the time and also keep your shields and other things like that. And while I know a lot of people are like, that makes no sense realistically, it's a video game. They want to balance it like that. So, and offensive play, the capacitor game. Yes. That's still, M. Walker, what happened to the quantum without a specific marker to head towards. That's a completely different system. That system isn't in with 3.23. That's the new quantum system, which kind of changes how you quantum in general. What we have is the new map, but not the new system that's supposed to go with the map. It's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit like, the fuck is happening? like a lot of the stuff we're adding that's being added to 3.23 is nice, but it's mostly kind of a visual overhaul of what we already had. It doesn't really add in the changes that will make a lot of those systems important. Master modes is good, but it doesn't have a lot of the, well, debatably good, but it doesn't have a lot of the other features that need to come with master modes to make it more engaging and different. Same with FPS. We don't have the new the new actor status systems aren't in place yet. The new different types of armor and like the resource system for armor and the wear and tear on guns so they jam and those sorts of things aren't in. So systems that are added in 3.23 are kind of like the first parts of multiple part systems which haven't come in yet, which will change the game. The F taking too long, I think, is just a back-end issue. It's just a back-end server issue. It also is going to take some getting used to. It's an interaction key, so you should be able to just hit F wherever you go. And once you've figured that out, you'll be able to just hit F and tap F and move. But like, it's the back-end responding to like the delay is the issue. That's not really the fault of the UI. That's the fault of the back end. The reason why people forget you can do that is because no one's done new. They need to add those factors to the tutorial, which they haven't done yet. It really is night and day, though. How PTU is working versus the modern. Like, it is so fast in the current build in 3.21 or 3.22 is so fucking responsive. You hit something, it immediately happens. And in the PTU, it's like it you can feel the difference between the two, and that's why it's bad. In live, it's my experience is it goes pretty fast. Every so often it has little issues, but it is significantly worse in the PTU. It's a lot more noticeable. All right, we're gonna do a capsule. So for those of you who know how this capsule works, I am going to not talk to chat that much. I'm just going to be reading it for YouTube. We're gonna be doing the roadmap roundup, and then we're gonna do the Squadron 42 stuff. I'm gonna get some water after this, but for right now, you know. The transit system worked. Why are they so broken in 3.23 now? I think they said somewhere that the transit system needs a complete overhaul. The reason why the transit system is broken is because the transit system was not built for how Star Citizen is currently being built. Like, it straight up did not work during the server meshing tests. It just borked hard. So, you know. All right. Whew. Here goes nothing. Okay. Oh, hello. Welcome to another Office Hours. Capsule. That's right. Capsule. This is a small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Come join us live, like chat here, who's going to tell you this is live and lie and say this is pre-recorded. And join the discussions. We talk about a lot of different things, Star Citizen related, news, lore, and more. And you can watch the full VOD, which I'll put up here right there if you want to watch all 7 hours or however long this is. But without any further ado, let's get started on the big news for this week, the roadmap roundup from this last Wednesday from April 17th, 2024. All right. Get this a little bit bigger. All right, this is always part of this. It's just kind of like, hey, this is what this is for. So, notable changes for April 17th, 2024. Release view. As part of our final review process, we've concluded that the quality of the cargo features that were targeted for the launch of Alpha 3.23 are not yet at the stage where we need them to be for a release to the live servers. The freight elevators and instance hangars in particular are technologically complex features that will require a bit more work before we feel comfortable fully integrating them into the game. This additional time allows the team to test for additional edge cases and include further refinements, which is especially important for features as impactful as these. However, we're not currently planning on shifting them back a full patch cycle. The features below will remain in the 3.23 column on release view, but are now targeting a 3.23.x release. Item banks, personal and instance hangars, new missions, cargo hauling, and freight elevators. All right, so this was probably the big one. I will say, I do want to talk about this because I did make a statement, and a lot of people thought I was being a little bit chicken little with this one. And I don't want to like sound too salty with this because I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I do want to set up some expectations for this because what this means is that those things, item banks, personal and instance hangars, new missions, cargo hauling, and the freight elevators are not going to be in the initial release of 3.23. Now, I've been roasted for saying this, but I will stick to it because I do believe that's the case. 3.23 almost certainly is going to come out sometime at the end of April or early May, because 3.23.1 has already sort of had its soft confirmation with modularity and the Retaliator, because Invictus launch week, which is at the end of May, is almost certainly going to have the Retaliator and modularity as part of its release features. Retaliator is a classic, and I mean very, very classic, military ship. It is important for Squadron 42, and it has been in the lore of Star Citizen, and in like the universe of Star Citizen, it is a very old ship. It's the B-52 of the Star Citizen universe. It's the buff of 42. And so that's almost certainly why it was added the way it was, and that's the plan. And they typically do release a big patch before, say, Invictus or IAE, and then they take a couple of weeks to kind of release a smaller .x patch to work out some of the problems, some of the issues, and patch in the new content for Invictus, and for this one, it's going to be DefenseCon. And people have told me that DefenseCon and Invictus stuff are up, but it's still the old stuff. The signs are from last year, not from this current year. So, which is kind of weird. I've never seen that before. So I don't know why that is the case. Now, all of that being said, that means that I would doubt that we're going to see these features in 3.23.1 because CIG is very gun shy about adding stuff that even to their own self, their own admittance is really fundamental and can cause probably a lot of problems. They probably need a lot of testing to get these features in. And if it's not coming in 3.23.1, then it has to come in 3.23.2, which they could put into Evocati, as soon as they release it, the IAE patch, or IAE, I'm sorry, Invictus patch. And so Invictus comes out, probably have a Evocati testing of 3.23.2, and when Invictus is done, they probably release 3.232 into wider testing, probably give it 3 to 4 weeks, which means that at the earliest I would expect some of these features is July of this year. I could be wrong. I'd love to be wrong for this one, but it's important to keep that in mind, that I am really looking forward to these features, and them being pulled it hits hard, because a lot of these are in my opinion, the real core of new gameplay and kind of fundamental change of how the game plays compared to what we have now. So I'm sad about it, but it's going to be too much change. There are some other conversations to be had about this, like how might this impact 4.0, because it almost certainly will. How will this impact CitizenCon and other things? Because, these sorts of things have downstream effects if they're not fully in. I have talked with at least one person at CIG who said this will not affect 4.0 whatsoever, but I don't believe them. That I don't think they're trustworthy, or that they're not honest about it. I don't think they're sitting there going, "Oh, here, we can't let them know." But I think they're being over optimistic about that. So, but we'll see. Hopefully it does better. Let's find out what has been confirmed, though. The following features have been added to the release view targeting 3.23 release. Vulkan graphics API support, wider simulation, and rendering improvements. That's big. The Vulcan stuff is going to be huge. They've even said that this isn't the first version is not going to be complete, so it's not the full version of the Vulcan API, but they will add it probably the next patch, maybe even 3.2, 3.2 kind of stuff. They might add the full support, but this should improve your performance dramatically, especially on lower end PCs, or improve your overall gameplay if you can support it. There are still some bugs and some issues, but that's a big deal. And of course, the water simulation is cool. Vulkan Graphics API support is converting the Star Citizen renderer from DirectX 11 to the Vulkan Graphics API. This allows spreading GPU submission work over many CPU cores and enables many new tech features that were previously unable, such as ray tracing. Vulkan is able to be operated via the options menu with this release, but it will eventually fully replace DirectX 11 in the future. And then water simulation and rendering improvements. The water in Star Citizen now supports a multi-scale GPU wave simulation to support dynamic reaction to thrusters, aerodynamic wake, explosions, and collisions. The rendering has also been overhauled, with improved waves, reflections, refraction, underwater fog, and helmet effects. And then the following have been moved their toggle their status to committed. Mobiglass rework. Reworking the Mobiglass system to use building blocks, which have also allowed for easier development of Mobiglass apps. This update includes reworked home, maps, contract manager, and journal apps. This is important because it's the foundation for new apps, which they'll probably add to the Mobiglass down the line, which will improve our overall experience and add more stuff to do, which is very cool. FPS loot screen, introducing a new screen for looting critical items quickly, allowing for more reliable inventory management in tense situations. Again, cool little addition. FPS map system, this has been really neat. Implementing a mini-map for the HUD as well as interior map for FPS gameplay, helping players stay oriented in close quarters encounters. Really neat. It's a really cool little addition, and the cool part about it is that if you don't have the maps, so in certain parts of the game they don't have the maps, you just won't see anything there. And while this is the first edition, eventually you'll have to get the maps if you want to see the interior of some areas. You have to kind of download those maps and add them to your database, so you won't get those things. It'll be kind of like a part of the process of improving your own experiences, having to reach out and do that. So this first part, just adding it in, is a nice little part. Visor and lens HUD rework, converting the visor and lens system to building blocks for improved performance and flexibility. Player interaction experience, implementing the updated player interaction experience, a holistic array of complementary features and systems, all related directly to the player. Player status, item status, environment status, as well as interactions with both the game world and the objects within it are covered under these systems. EVA T2, improved EVA controls and animations for smoother traversal in Zero-G, introduces limited EVA fuel and encourages the use of Zero-G push-pull and the multi-tools tractor beam. I didn't experience the limited EVA fuel, but I have experienced the EVA system, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. Star Map rework, implementing the new and improved Star Map with improved visuals and usability, including easier search and trip planning functionality. It is so much better to navigate. Still cluttered. I think it still could use some work, but it is so much better to navigate. And all of these are committed, so these are all coming into 3.23. Master modes, implementing new modes to vehicles to manage their speed, components, and role-specific functions. This release introduces the nav and SCM modes, as well as complete retuning of all ships. In the future, they'll also add the quantum mode for quantum boost mode and other modes like that. New missions, creature hunting. New missions that require players to locate, kill, and retrieve valuable parts of creatures roaming in the environment, which you can get from fauna, Copian. Populating the persistent universe with Copian, an aggressive, agile animal that travels in packs. You'll find them in a variety of areas, from grassy fields to lurking in the darkness of caves. And fauna Marok. Populating persistent universe with the Marok, a passive flying bird-like creature. Maroks live in flocks and are often found near lush green environments. These are cool. They're not very reactive as of yet, but it's a nice little step towards the right direction in terms of adding more creatures. And so it's neat to see them. Then we have the Arena Commander stuff. Arena Commander Engineering Experimental Mode. 3 limited test experimental modes featuring an engineering gameplay, also referred to as Resource Network, showcased at CitizenCon 2953. Help shape the future of engineering gameplay in Star Citizen by testing and giving feedback to the features and balanced showcased in this limited test before it hits the persistent universe. Arena Commander Grav Royale. Embark on high-speed mayhem and thrilling new gameplay mode, Grav Royale. Engage in intense vehicular combat across diverse maps, mastering your Grav-led vehicles to outmaneuver foes and seize victory in this gravity-defining battle arena. Arena Commander Custom Lobbies. Custom lobbies, previously referred to as private matches, makes a return to the Arena Commander. Utilizing the new front-end and lobby systems, custom lobbies allows players to set up and play matches for any game modes on any map at any time with their own rules. It's very limited, but it's pretty cool. And lastly, Arena Commander new flight map, Miner's Lament. Miner's Lament, previously exclusive to racing and part of the Master Mode's tests, now opens its treacherous asteroid landing expanses to all flight modes. Dogfight in the chaotic beauty of Yellow's Ring for an intense, dangerous, close-quarters showdown. Like, now, they have no progress tracker updates because basically they're not going to do anything until they release 1.0. So I would say the progress tracker is officially dead. I would say it's dead until CitizenCon, because they implied heavily that they're not going to release the 1.0 roadmap until CitizenCon. So there's almost no point in following the progress tracker. Long may it live. You served us well, but you're dead now. So we got a lot of stuff that was confirmed. Committed, we know that's coming in 3.23. All of those last bits are coming in, which is great. A lot of new updated features. There are still some things which are not committed, and I will look those up real quickly. Specifically, the release view. Specifically, we've got the distribution centers haven't been committed. We have item banks, which are obviously coming in later. And the dynamic event Blockade Runner is still not committed, so it's probably going to come in with the rest of the stuff as well. With the cargo rework. Freight elevators, we know, is not coming in. Vehicle modularity, Retaliator, that's coming in 3.23.1. Then the Cortec, Vulcan is coming in. That's not committed yet, but it's already in. Same with water simulation. Volumetric clouds has not yet been committed. Image upscaling and replication layer. All of those are not fully in there yet. I missed something as well. Crosshairs in. It looks like they removed the... I'm looking for it real quickly, but I think they removed the reputation stuff entirely. They snuck out reputation entirely from the... No, it's still... They say it's committed. So it's committed on the roadmap, but the reputation hostility stuff still hasn't been added to the game as far as I know. So there's still a couple of things which haven't been committed, which are in game or may not come in. So, you know, it's looking like a 55% success rate for the initial release, which is about what a lot of people said. I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping for a little bit more, but it's, you know, a 2-month wait for most of this stuff. But that's what it is. What it is at this point. But as always, I want to know your thoughts down below. Is this an awful gutting of the roadmap? Are they like the patches? Is this you got burned by CIG? Why do you trust them? Or is this just like a little minor hiccup? Is this just not a big deal and people are making a mountain out of a molehill? I want to know your thoughts down below. And of course, join us live, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. If you did enjoy this, hit that like button, subscribe for more content, and as always, hit the little bell icon to be notified when we release and when I go live. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black.
You want to dance?
Perfect timing, Zero. Literally perfect timing. Dear God, that was perfect timing. Welcome everyone from Zero Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bartender on Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, no, like literally perfect timing because I just did a capsule. I just did a capsule. Seiji is hardly the first of those who promise more than they can deliver. I was fine with this following through. 50% of their hypey promises is pretty good ratio. And technically, and CIG is going to do the Weasel Words. Technically, they're going to get him in. Technically, they're going to get all of them in 3.23. Even if 3.23 takes, 3 months for them to release. How you doing, Zero? Hopefully everything's good. If you had to raid and run, I understand. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for sharing your community with me, as always. How you doing? How you enjoying? My name's Paul. I do a Star Citizen news content lore. I also play the game. I haven't played it this week because I usually play it on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, and Sundays. But this Wednesday I was part of the Yacht Club's anniversary, and then Friday I'll be playing it, and then Sunday I might not be playing it because I'm going on a date with a wife, so... I also do a lot of lore and stuff like that. Our talking Galactopedia. Yeah, I do my best. And people have said, Paul, you should do the Galactopedia. No, you should hire a voice actor to do the Galactopedia. You don't want me reading Galactopedia entries. CIG love their post 3.17 norm of adding actual features into .1 patches. Really lets them under-deliver while still looking like they're regular delivering. Yeah. No, hire Meyer. CIG, hire Meyer. Or, oh. Why am I blanking his name? It's another voice actor who's part of the community who played the main bad guy in Battletech. Like, he's a fucking voice actor. Hire him. Victoria, how you doing? It was good hanging out until the ridiculously early hours in the morning with you yesterday. If they're going to do content creators in the game, I'd love for them to hire the content creators to do small little pieces of ancillary media that they're related to. So maybe a news report with Space Tomato and Board Gamer as the hosts. Have Mike and Croncy and Meyer do kind of live commentary about an Arena Commander game or something like that, stuff like that. Something that's like nice and neat and a little like, hey, way to go, but not like major roles because we're not actors. Some of us are, but we're not actors. I could do the arc. I wouldn't say no to the arc. I don't want to do the Galactopedia. That's also part of the arc, but I wouldn't mind being the robot voice of the arc. You're married when a date is a planned special occasion. I mean, even when I was dating, it was a planned special occasion. But yeah, when you're going out of your normal routine, it's a date is nice. So your lack of professional voice acting training might end up losing your voice around the H's of Galactopedia. Yeah. Joining what team? No. George Ledoux is actually he is the mentor of the guy I'm talking about. Let me look up his name. I want to say it was Shadowkin, but I don't think that was his handle. I knew him. He was a Star Citizen in California when I was living there briefly. So, hey, Trend Sparks, Trendane. That's what I'm talking about. Trendane. Me going to work there? No, I'm not working at CIG. I was just saying, like, don't hire content creators to do stuff for CIG. It's a bad idea. Kind of ClickFlay. It was done by a fantastic, talented artist who did it as a school project, so I've been doing it. I'll have to hire somebody else to do something when Pyro comes out. No, he was playing, where was it? In Battletech. He played Santiago Espinosa. No, what I was saying was Victoria has said, and a couple people have said that they would love to see me as the voice of the Ark. And for those who don't know, the Ark is kind of like the Library of Alexandria in Star Citizen. The star map that we use is created and maintained by the Ark Foundation. And same with the Galactopedia. The Galactopedia is created and maintained by the Ark Foundation. It's kind of part Library of Alexandria, part kind of Wikipedia. It's an independent corporation which the government funds, but it's a neutral agency that takes in information from all different species to just kind of categorize and like that sort of stuff. So it's ARK, just like the biblical Ark. It's not based in Redder, actually. It's based in, I forget the name of the system. It's a system one jump away from Terra. It's got an interesting story, though. It was built out of the remnants of Project Vespa, which was a failed attempt at weaponizing terraforming technology by the Mezzers. So it was literally beating swords into plowshares, sort of was the metaphor. They used a bunch of the terraforming platforms that were left there, and they salvaged them and turned them into a gigantic flying station, which could technically quantum and technically jump. It has a jump drive on it, so it can travel out of the system if it wants to, but it's never done that because it's so expensive to move the thing. So it's just a floating station. It's a neutral zone where different races can meet to discuss their issues all alone in the night. $1 billion UEC to jump this baby once. Let me look up where the Ark is located. The TIAX system is where it's located. The Ark is a vast library and archive station located in the United Empire of Earth, governed kayak system. The largest library in the archive in the UEE, the Ark houses records, curated information, and artifacts pertaining to the accumulated knowledge of all known spacefaring civilizations. The initial concept of the Ark was presented by the UEE Senate in 2794 by then Diplomatic Secretary Marshal Leon as a neutral information repository for the benefit of all cultures and civilizations. It was approved to the same year and completed in 2800, when Marshal Leon was elected Imperator, the second Imperator. The Ark Galactopedia and Ark Star Map are two of the most utilized resources. Before the Ark came around, star maps were fragmentary. You'd be lucky if you got a star map in a location, but they were stored locally. And sometimes some groups had kind of patched star maps together to kind of make them work from system to system. What the Ark did was it took all of this information. It was it said, "Hey, give us your information," and then they took all that information and they built a map using that information. And made it freely available for everybody. So everyone can access the Ark Star Map, no matter what. Everyone has access to it. So that's why you can see everything. But not everything is filled in because things change, and that's part of what exploration is going to be go scanning stuff and delivering it to people like the Ark Foundation to do that stuff, so... But who's our Hitchhiker's Guide to the Verse? Yeah, that's definitely the Galactopedia. But Paul, if you don't take that job, whom would you like to see do voiceovers for the Ark? Trendane or Meyer? Both are content creators. Both are fans of Star Citizen. Meyer is a professional voice actor, so is Trendane. Either of them are great. Anna Dimitriou. You know, fucking dig that. I don't care. Like there are some professional folks out there who have professional training in voice work, so. Then what kind of scanning would the Terrapin do? The Terrapin is long-range scanning, but it's scanning for things like ships and, you know, maybe some exploration and such, but the thing that makes the Terrapin special is its size. For its size, it has a very powerful scanner. So most ships of the similar scanner have to be much bigger, and they're a lot more fragile than the Terrapin. The Terrapin is a tough little piece of shit, but it's a carrier-launched reconnaissance vehicle. So it has some range, and it has some power. It can basically go through a jump point, scan an area, and come back. You could use it for anything. I don't think the scans that CIG, how scanning is going to work, we don't know that yet, but I have a feeling we'll start to learn about that after 3.23 is released. That is almost certainly going to be the next major addition to the game after resource management for 4.0 is scanning. And CIG seems to be very careful because they want to make sure that scanning gameplay works, because it has to work across multiple different locations. It has to work with FPS. It has to work with exploration on the ground. It has to work with ship exploration in space and on the ground. And, you know, so many different things. This sounds sus, though. Didn't you say in your last streams that every company in Star Citizen is evil? What I said was that the argument could be made that Star Citizen's message is that companies are evil. That there's no such thing as a good corporation. That even good companies like Crusader are inefficient and they shouldn't be running things. The Ark is kind of a company, but it's more of like a non-profit organization. The Ark doesn't make any money off of what it does. In fact, it loses money. You can think of the Ark as a NGO. But because it's an NGO, it's not efficient. So while it's free information, it also means that the Ark is giving information to criminals and outlaws and people who want to do harm to the UEE and other species. other organizations. The two-sided information sword there. How does the F7CR tracker compare with the Terrapin when it comes to scanning? We don't know, but almost certainly not as good as the Terrapin. I do not see CIG making ships which have components which improve, like to kind of dabble in another non-designed role, being as efficient as a ship that's designed specifically to do that. The advantage of the tracker is that you can remove the tracker dome and replace it with a gun. What you're buying is a Hornet that is modular, is what you're doing. And that middle modular piece can be swapped out for another piece so that you can improve your guns. That's really what you're paying for. And that's why you would get a tracker, is so you can get that dome and the ship, so you can use it if you don't have one. But it's probably not going to be as efficient as a Terrapin whose sole job is to do that. But a Terrapin's not going to get into a dogfight and win. You see how that kind of works? That's at least what I can see from CIG's design perspective. I could be wrong, and almost certainly CIG will fuck up and do something like make the component, like a modular component for a ship, be better than a ship that is dedicated to doing that. But I think those are going to be few and far between. Like, I can see the Galaxy's refining module being better than the Expanse because it's bigger than the Expanse, but it's also, the ship is huge compared to the Expanse, which is like a one-person ship. So you probably still won't see as much of a difference that overall, but not seeing how it could actually conduct command and control, the Hornet Tracker. Well, it really depends on how CIG does communications. I can see the Hornet Tracker working as a relay ship, as a ship that will transmit data between various ships over a large area. So that so you can see, the fighters can see larger parts of the battle space, and the tracker could also transmit that data back to a capital ship so that larger ships can also see more of what's going on farther away from their resolution of their scanner. But that has entirely to do with a gameplay feature that CIG has not even fucking discussed, which is linking scanners and using data information. It creates a battle net. Yeah, that's what the tracker is good for, is creating a battle net. And the advantage is you can stick a lot more fucking guns on the tracker.
Spaceship.
So it's not toothless.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Gonzo209X just resubscribed for 71 months. I can't believe I'm still shilling this vaporware game with you for this long.
71 months. Thank you much, Gonzo, for that 71 months. You're a very important pub. We're very impressed with Mr. Venue Pedestrian. This is your fault that we want to drink a match. Shots and cheers to chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, that shit's never coming to the game. We'll see. I think it's going to be important down the line, but we really have to see where Star Citizen 1.0 hits. I don't think it's coming with 1.0, but I could see it being an important part of something like Squadron 42 Part 2. It's definitely an evolution of the game in terms of larger gameplay. It's not a concern for CIG right now, and it won't be a concern until they can even have capital ships in game, because it doesn't really fucking matter. But it's definitely something that they're going to have to deal with down the line, because it'll make gameplay harder without it. But like, to put it in perspective, I think something like that wouldn't even be discussed until 2026. Not even, I don't mean done, I mean like discussed. I don't think CIG will even talk about that shit for another 2 years. And by talking about it, I mean plan, which means 6 to 9 months from them talking about it. So 2027, that is a long fucking time. 3 years? Most of us don't know if we'll be around in the next one. So Data is the most significant addition, is the most significant addition I'm waiting for. My MSR is chomping at the bit. I can understand that. I understand why. I also think that Data is gonna require some weird stuff. The CIG's got a lot of stuff that's going on. And let me lay out kind of generally speaking what the rest of this year is and probably next year is. This year's focus is 4.0. Everything is focused around 4.0 coming out. So I know a lot of people say 4.0 is never coming out, or server meshing is never coming out, or it's going to take years for it to come out. CIG will get basic server meshing done in 4.0 before the end of this year. If that's the only thing they do, they'll do it, including Pyro and all the stuff they want to add with Pyro. You might see 4.0 chopped up into like 4.0, 4.0.1, 4.0.2 over the course of, say, 6 months, so that like by March of next year, like the first release being in like October, and by March of next year we get like 4.0.3 for all of the features they promised for 4.0, but we'll get it in. And then 4.1 will probably be the next major system that they want to add. Nyx, Magnus, something like that. A lot of people are saying Terra. I don't see Terra as the option, because Terra requires a lot of work they haven't done yet. But who knows? CIG could go crazy. What else? Probably, because 4.0 is also going to include bounty hunting. The new bounty hunting system, because we've seen that being in work. It's going to include the new version 1 of base building. It's also going to include this. None of this is confirmed by CIG. This is just me looking at what they've been working on and what they've talked about, and kind of putting the pieces together. Bounty hunting, base building, server meshing, Pyro, faction warfare. It was on top of my head and I just kind of forgot it. Resource management. So the new resource system and the new room system with like probably a new EVA system too, like further advancements of the EVA system, the quantum system, the new quantum travel system. Those things will be in. Probably not Maelstrom. Maelstrom's probably not coming in until like 4.1, but it might be 4.0. Maybe a 4.0.3 sort of thing. Capital ships will be added to that patch. So there'll be a lot of stuff that's added in 4.0, which is why, because like 3.23, there's a lot of stuff and they just cut it into 3 different patches. I think the same thing's gonna happen. Maelstrom is the armor and procedural damage system. So Maelstrom is what the armor system used to be called, and the damage system used to be called. It used to be called the armor and armor and damage system is completely now just Maelstrom. Yeah. That's 4.0, which I think will probably stretch out until March of next year. 4.1, probably around Invictus, probably not as expansive. Might get some stuff like this. Systems might get pushed around, and who knows. At least by the end of the year. And I think 4.1 will be the kind of solidification of a lot of the stuff that's added in 3.23 and 4.0. Things like the control surfaces, AI, probably dynamic meshing added as part of that. So by the end of next year, we'll have most of the stuff we saw at CitizenCon last year in a more refined, finalized format. And of course, Squadron 42. And maybe at the end of next year, we'll see more systems because Squadron 42. There's going to be a lot of support for Squadron, post-relaunch support that CIG is going to do, bug fixing, other issues, you know, tracking, those sorts of stuff. And then in beginning of 2025 or 2026, that's when we're getting into territory that not even CIG knows. I couldn't fucking tell you. But likely we're looking at like a 1.0 roadmap there. That's when we'll start to see them push towards a 1.0 system, which probably will take until several years. So 3.23 IAE? No, I think we'll have 4.0. We'll have a 4.0 by IAE. I think CIG will have a chopped liver version of 4.0, which they'll drop in before CitizenCon, because they're gonna want to release they're gonna want to release 4.0 in some form before CitizenCon starts, because they were gonna get blasted, and they don't want CitizenCon to be about Pyro. They want CitizenCon to be about Squadron. So, and for 1.0. So, I would almost guess that 4.0 version 1 of 4.0 will release Evocati in August or September. Probably wave 1 or wave 2 of PTU by the time Squadron or time I'm not that hopeful about 4.0 this year. At this point, I was pretty optimistic before 3.23 started falling to pieces. 3.23 isn't really falling to pieces. It's just being stretched over the course of 3 months instead of 1 month, which isn't terrible, but it's CIG's own fucking fault, because the only reason why we're getting we're gonna get the stuff released when it is like in like June or July is because Invictus exists. And before anyone jumps down my throat by saying it's not confirmed, you don't know, you're right, I don't. But if it's stretched out over the course of 3 months, which is almost certainly going to be the case, the big concern is that 2 weeks of non-development, which is a sale. It's CIG needs sale time, so they need to have a free flight and a sale for people to so they can sell the game and make more money and pay their employees and all of that good stuff. And that is going to delay critical features of the game, just like CitizenCon does the same thing. .23.1 is going to be Invictus. I think 3.23 is going to come out. Like, what we see in 3.23 right now is what we're getting. We're not going to see any of the stuff that's missing added in. I think the rest of it is going to be shuffled off to 3.23.x Oblivion, and then they'll get what they can, close it out, launch it, get the stuff they need to get them, 2.3.1, test it, push that out. That's true. Though CIG is concurrently working on 4.0. And if 4.0 is coming out at the end of next year, or end of this year, I should say, that's still a lot of time. Because, like, June to December is 6 months for a single patch. I think they'll get 4.0 out in 6 months. Because, you know, it's not like, oh, well, we have unknowns. They've tested server meshing. They're going to keep testing server meshing. It works. It's got some education, it's got some problems, but it works. They've tested Pyro. It works. They've tested most of the systems that they need to, even jump points. They work. They're not pretty, nor are they refined or polished, but they tested them in March. So, yeah, 6 months from March, I would say, is about right, and that's April, May, June, July, August. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's September. It's September. So between August and September, yeah. Oh, yeah, no. Reputation hostility is confirmed, but it's not in the patch currently. So I would say it's a 3.23.x patch. Honestly, 3.23.2 is probably going to be one of the best patches that Star Citizen is going to have this year, because 4.0 is going to break everything. Any idea when the 600i rework is coming? I couldn't. Probably 3 years from now. It is so far away. Unless CIG is upscaling the number of people they have working on ships, there's no point. Yeah, but not every single person at CIG is working on CitizenCon stuff. Because remember, CitizenCon is mostly focused on Squadron. So most of the teams that are going to be focusing, they're going to be at CitizenCon are going to be talking about Squadron tech and Squadron itself rather than Star Citizen. There'll still be Star Citizen stuff. We'll see updates with a lot of stuff we saw from last one, but you know, the Planet Tech team, the like FPS team, the mission team, the teams that aren't like critical for getting 4.0 version 1 out. Reputation hostility is confirmed, but it's not in the game right now. As far as I know, it's not in the patch. Do you think smashing a ship and vehicle releases actually limits people's purchases, i.e. drip feeding releases over a year rather than pumping them out at events? Yes, it does. 100%. I think smushing all of the ship releases into major events is a mistake. If they let everyone have access to all of the non-hull limited ships year-round, they would make more money. And I don't mean like Idris's. I mean like Super Hornets. You know, like, why the fuck is that limited? It creates FOMO. But the thing, Synther, is that you don't have ships that are so good that they require FOMO. FOMO implies the ships that you're going to get are somehow not available year-round in other ways. A lot of those ships are in-game and can be purchased in-game and will eventually be available in-game. And the ships that are usually limited aren't good. They're not like the meta ships. They're just limited edition ships that don't matter all that much. FOMO works when you're like really emphasizing some sort of advantage. You know, oh, you have to get this shiny new thing because if you don't, you'll fall behind and you'll lose, you know, so you need X thing. CIG mostly just markets because it's shiny and different. It's more about collection than it is about content. But the problem is that people forget that those ships exist when they're not around sales. But a lot of those people would also purchase those ships earlier when they have money rather than having to wait for a sale when they may not have that money. You know, things like tax time or the holidays, you know, or even in the summer. The F8 is kind of FOMO. The F8's going to come back around. The F8 isn't nearly as good as people think it is. The F8A is, but F8C isn't. Yeah, and so there's people, if they sold those kind of things more year-round, I think they would make more money. Because people would buy them because they have the money on hand, rather than, you know, waiting for them to be even available. No, I don't disagree. The schedule seems to be more about marketing more about sales seasons rather than thinking about it in terms of money. And I agree. It's an old school method of doing things. People have money in the beginning of the summer and during the holiday season, and that's when that's only the only times they have money. So we have to sell our products when people have money. Problem is that that's not how money works. People either have money or they don't. It's rather than they have more money around the holiday seasons, because people don't get holiday bonuses anymore. People don't get summer bonuses anymore. They just don't. So like, yeah, it's how they made money, and that's true. It's worked for them so far. But really all they're doing is giving gray market sellers more money. That's all they're doing. They're making other people who aren't them more money by artificially limiting things so they can jack the prices up with certain things because they're not available year-round. Oh, you want, the Gladiator? Because I think Gladiator's available. Like, the Gladiator? Well, you can do it, but at 200% markup. Like, no, fuck yourself. Like, but yeah. And that's the thing. Like, the FOMO actually hurts them because it helps the gray market, not them. You just described the war on drugs? Yeah, because black markets exist in every market. If you try to regulate markets too hard, then there will always be a need to fill in that market, and if you don't fill that need, somebody else will. And those people won't have as much scruples as you do. Hey, Balls, I have asked this, but we're talking about ships in Invictus. What straight-to-flyable shipping concepts do you see? Probably not much. The Retaliator, I think, is the big one. The Gold Standard Retaliator. Maybe the Zeus Mark. The Marquis, the MR. Yeah. I couldn't tell you. They'll probably have a straight to flyable. Probably that hover bike is probably 3.23 though, not that one, but yeah. But yeah, so like my point being, overall, I think CIG gets hurt from these sales. Everyone goes, it's FOMO, it's FOMO, it's FOMO. It's not FOMO. FOMO is just a catch term, just like marketing. People like to use it because it helps describe things. It's conspiracy theories without tinfoil hats. Oh, well, the insert group is causing all the problems. We're going to blame everything on insert group. It's like, it's not that. It's a lot more complicated than that, and likely has more to do with management than marketing. But I think it's just because they're stuck in their ways and they don't want to change it, but it actually hurts them. I understand things like, whole limited in terms of like they don't want to sell a ton of them. I know people say that's FOMO, but I think that's actually more balance based off of the community. I've heard people say, well, why are they still selling them? They're selling more money. They make more money from them. So it's like, yeah, but if they would have made a lot more money if they just made Idrises available all the time. The reason why they sell limited numbers of them isn't because they're trying to get more money, which they wouldn't do if they had it available all the time. The reason why they're doing it is because they want to limit the number of big ships in the hands of players. Because, get close. I want to get you so close. I'm going to tell you a secret. Okay, Star Citizen has grown a lot over the last 12 years. It's like 2 to 4 million people. So every year, Star Citizen gets a shit ton of new players, which means the ratio of capital ships to just normal people, it's about the same. Not everyone has a capital ship. I don't have a capital ship. Lots of people don't. Because it's kind of stupid, but it's cool, but it's stupid for the amount of money. Hopefully it gives you the nice warm fuzzies there, UB. Man, I wish the Apollo, but I don't think we're gonna see it. Latest Space Patrol, I don't think so, y'all. Why does the idea of regulating ship numbers turn me on? Because you just love yourself some supply and demand graphs. That's what it is. A CIG employee is tactically inserting a capital redeemer into Paul's hangar as we speak. Them numbers. Yeah, it's there. Like a lot of things, CIG could improve many of their much of what they do. I think that CIG knows they can, but I also think to tie this all the way back to the beginning of the stream, it's a resource thing. CIG, as much as resources as they have, don't have enough resources to do everything they want because scarcity is a bitch. They have 1,200 employees making 2 games, and they still have a website that is ass. It is fucking awful. And they have many systems that make no sense and are just confusing. There's so many problems when it comes to like how the Star Citizen is marketed and developed. But I think a lot of those problems could be solved. It requires time and research and effort. And it's never going to be perfect. They're never going to do really well in these fields because of the nature of Star Citizen and how complex it is. But they could improve some stuff. And yeah. The Road to 1.0 just, man, if the Road to 1.0 was just a new website, I would actually be okay with that. Well, C-Daddy was in here earlier. I don't know if they're still here, but C-Daddy was apparently put in charge of the Matrix of Lies, and it's their side project to work on it. So give them support, moral support, for fixing the problems on the ship Matrix. But yeah, the ship Matrix is a good example. But for instance, the process of buying the game, you have to go through a pitch deck to buy the game, which is kind of weird. There's no, like, if we went to the website right now, it says play now, but that doesn't necessarily tell me to buy the game. There's no like simple way of just saying, hey, buy the game here. How do you think they would improve on the site and Spectrum? I see age in the site, but I was curious as to what hopefully the org tools, upvotes and downvote. You need a downvote arrow, a downvote system to kind of self-regulate. They do a pretty good job with their professional moderators, but they definitely need some self-regulation in there because it helps filter out bullshit. It does hurt average users as well, but like downvote systems do help. They just reduce the chud, the churn of garbage that comes in. Is Execute about to say don't do that because that's how the infronters keep money, keep relevant. What's wrong with your website? How do you buy a Hornet, Tuck? How would you describe telling someone to buy a Hornet game package? Here. So, if I want to buy a game on Steam, I go to Steam, I go to the game, and I purchase it. And under the purchase, it has DLC, right? So if I have DLC, I can purchase that DLC and figure out what it needs. Now, if I go to the pledge store, let me double check to make sure. Information. Pledge store. I have to go to game packages. And then find the Hornet FC starter package. So say, hey, I want to buy a Hornet because I saw that Hornet commercial. It's really cool. How do I do it? Well, you have to go. Let me problem very small. So I have to go over here, the pledge store, up here at the top. Click the pledge store. Then I have to go to game packages, over here, game packages. Then I have to go down to the Hornet F7C starter package. But I could also type it in here, Hornet. Boom. Then add to cart. I have to see the tiny ass pledge store up here. Then I have to go to game packages. Because if I go to the pledge store. Oh, look. Ships. I'll buy the F7C. What? Okay, let's view buying options. Oh, look. Standalone ship. I can just buy this, right? Wait, what's the package? Why are these the same price? Upgrade to ship? What the fuck is that? And notice how the first one here is standalone ship. Now, it could be because this is I have a package, so it's maybe registering that. It should say the suggested pledge would be the Hornet starter package. That's still clicking around to find it, like 3 or 4 clicks. Most people do not click more than twice. General rule of thumb, people won't scroll down. People won't scroll down and they'll only click a couple times and move out. Calling them CCUs doesn't help. They need to be called upgrades. Yeah. Their site is so inside baseball, it's not even funny. I'm amazed new people even manage to buy a game package, let alone. You need a fucking instruction manual. They have a goddamn tutorial on how to. They made one. How to buy a game package. Like Tuck, tell your, like, take a friend or a loved one, sit them down on this website and say, buy the game. Tell them to get to the checkout point. Don't tell them anything else. Say, get to the checkout point. Buy this game. And see where they get, when they get to the checkpoint, see what happens. I guarantee you they have no fucking idea. Yeah, CIG do leave an unbelievable amount of money on the table between outdated sales practices and bad web design and suboptimal monetization. And I mean, I'm okay with them not being super monetized, but like there are some basic things that they should be focusing on, like making it easier to buy your goddamn game. Yeah, but it's not complicated for good reasons, Army. Like, I can understand the argument of you don't want people who are just slack-jawed idiots to buying something. But you also don't want to actively discourage people who are interested in buying the game having to learn how to navigate a fucking website to buy it. There are plenty of people who play very complex games who just had to use Steam. Like, if I was to give feedback, the first thing I would say is, this gotta go. This has gotta go. Change this wording from play now to purchase Star Citizen. Or get Star Citizen. And this should be up here before your crawl. It should be one of the first things you see at the top when people first log in. It should be the most visible things. Play now, while these videos are playing, doesn't tell me that this is what to get the game. That's the problem. Bad additions right here. Play now, wording is bad, plus video. Because, like, the play now isn't actually too bad. Click the play now. You still have to go through a pitch deck. Like, download the launcher, learn to play. It's like, download now, but that doesn't tell me I have the game. Oh, this is free to play, right? It doesn't... That's the first thing that I went to, was that. And then PC requirements and read more. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? Now, it's also because I probably have... Because I'm logged into my account. Let me log out of my account real quick. I know. Because they do have different sites for different people. So I'm out of my account right now. Play now. Boom. Perfect. Premium standard. See, like when you actually get into it, it's right there. Boom, I am done. I can get a $45 package or a $90 package and include some of these stuff. Now, whatever. And they also have PC requirements, and you have to click this. This should be clicked. You should be able to click it before buying the game. This shouldn't be able to buy. You need to click that first. There are some questions about it, like what is insurance? What is the Southland hanger? Why is the 3-month insurance down here? That needs to change. But like, this isn't too bad. Right? This is a little bit FOMO. Available now until April 21st is this, but, you know. This isn't bad. But it's stuck behind this play now option. Right? Because when you first log into the game, it tells you, like, what do you need? Like, what are the games? That kind of stuff like that. But, yeah. Let me see if what it lists. You do have a splash screen a little bit, but it doesn't really, especially if you've played the game before, like say you went through and practiced it a little bit, like, or you went and got through like a free flight or something like that, it'll save information. It still says Windows 10 Anniversary Edition. So it doesn't say Windows 8 anymore. SSD, it does say SSD required now. Thank God. And 16 gigabytes of RAM. But it does say Sandy Bridge processor, which is like, what? It doesn't need to release more. It just needs this. That's all you need. This is fine for somebody who just wants to buy the game. This is great. This is fantastic. No, you don't need to overcomplicate the process. But this shouldn't say play now. This should say buy the game. That's what this should say. Because it's right underneath of this video, which is an awful design decision. I'm being more hyperbole than I should, because I know people who work on the website sometimes watch me, so hi. I'm not being mean to you. I'm just saying these are things that stick somebody you don't know in front of your computer and tell them to buy the game. Just watch what they do, and you will see exactly what the problem is. They do, though. Watch. Right here. When you say play now, it says buy the game. Right here. Oh, you can't see it. Right there. buy the game. So it's already there. It's already in this screen. If it's in this screen, why isn't it in the first screen? This has been Web Design with Paul Shelley. I'm not a web designer. I don't have any training in this. But I have enough experience with design layouts from marketing to know that people are stupid. People are absolutely lazy pieces of shit. And you cannot rely on lazy pieces of shit to do anything for you. There's no such thing as idiot-proof anyways, because the universe will always make a better idiot. But you can make it as easy as possible. I think the premium option swaps depending on what it is, because this says that the premium starter is available till the April 25th. But there's also there's no further experience. It just says this. There should be also information you could click to see it. Beyond the also includes, so you know what it says, because I want to know what I'm getting. The Aurora MR starter pack is for the Aero starter pack. What's the difference? So when the free fly starts around, they should change the buy option to play now. Yeah. I could see that. Or just still have it buy now, and if people want, and because it's going to be the... Go back here. The scroll here, we'll have play for free up smack dab in the middle of it. So if someone's looking for free, if they're stupid, then or they miss it, this will eventually roll around for them to see it. So they'll panic and run around saying, I know this is free, I know this is free, and they'll find it there. Like, that's fine. Alright. Sorry, about to say this is one of the things. This is what we do in office hours. We do shit like this. And it's things that a lot of people don't think about. Because these are small things which have a big impact on people's willingness to do something. And if you're asking people to do things above and beyond what they normally would do on like Steam, they're going to have a higher expectation for results. So no wonder people get pissed when they play the game and they say, this game's a fucking scam. Because it probably took them 15 minutes to figure out how to fucking buy the game. And when they got the game and downloaded it, it probably crashed instantly because they didn't read any of the instructions or any of the requirements, and then got mad at the game for not being available to work on their potato PC or their high-end PC that happens to have 8 gigabytes of RAM, because so many gaming computers have that bullshit problem. Or they have a cheap HDD, a cheap mechanical hard drive, and like 8 gigabytes of RAM with like a 4080. The latest generation of whatever the latest generation of graphics cards are, and a cheap ass i3, and be like, why not work? You're not wrong. Do not have to be a pro to get it. You only have to not get it, actually. You have to, there's a lot more to buying in as well. That's just the first step where the uninitiated confusion enters. Making the game easy to purchase just with a starter package is a good start. Because once you move beyond the starter package, then you can get it more complicated. But it needs to be simple and smooth for anybody without a game package. In fact, almost none of this should be, most of this, the front screen shouldn't be even visible to typical players who don't have a game package or an account. Because let's be honest, nobody goes to the fucking website to find out more about the game. They go to fucking content creators. Yeah, I'm with you there. I've got an i9 10700K and or i7 10700K, I think. I have a 2070 Super. I need to upgrade it, but you know. Help! I've been dragged back to the Fallout 76. Okie dokie. That's all I'm gonna say. Names are long to annoy anyone. Okie dokie. All right, I'm gonna get something to drink, and I'll come back, and we're gonna record that stupid, probably hour-long Squadron. It's Squadron 42. Probably not that long. Yeah, it's not that long. So solid. By the way, the Fallout series is fantastic. They're gonna release a Fallout 4 patch. That's awesome.
I love them, obviously. Distress bacon.
Just got renewed for season 2. I'm looking forward to it. The only reason why it's good, and it's not because Bethesda. The only reason why the Fallout series is good is because it's made by the people who made Westworld. I think Fallout will do great in season 1. It's a great season 1. I think it'll do good season 2. And when it inevitably does well in season 2, it'll get to season 3 and it'll be okay for season 3. Because that's how Westworld worked. Like, the longer they tell stories, the more it kind of falls apart towards the end. So.
Everybody and his dog calls
76
himself
is
an
not a
outlaw.
bad game. It's Fallout 4, but you have to also enjoy live service games. If you don't enjoy live service games, then Fallout 76 is not going to help you. So if you're like a fan of Star Citizen, Fallout 76 is a great Fallout game, but it's not a good replacement for 4. Or it's not Fallout 5. It's just for the multiplayer experience. Oh yeah, it's a much better experience than the original launch, and they fixed a lot of the problems. They added humans back. The story is still ass, but it's, you know, Bethesda. But you know, they've done things like limited, like you can only participate in this event during this time period at this time, and it'll never be again. Like those sorts of, like, you got to be there to enjoy its events, which I fucking love, and lots of stuff like that. So I was one of those crazies that kept watching the last seasons of Westworld just to see the ending, and they canceled the last season and made people who were actually giving a chance a slap in the face. I dropped that after season 2. I just couldn't follow or care that much, but yeah. It's Fallout 4 with better dialogue systems. Sorry? What do you mean sorry? Meet your maker. I mean, it's made by a Austin development studio. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, it had its problems, but it's gotten better. It's made by Bethesda Austin, so. Just saying.
Weapons free, y'all.
Drugs.
Oh, if you have Amazon Prime, you get Fallout 76 for free. That's
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Hello, I like money.
Weapons free, y'all.
Drugs.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I love 2 words. Distress bacon.
Hello, I like money.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Good news, everyone!
Distress bacon.
Drugs.
This shit, I'm out.
Weapons free, y'all.
Good news, everyone!
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go. Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go. Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Drugs.
Weapons free, y'all.
Good news, everyone!
about that, chat. I'm back. All right. Yeah, I meant to listen to. All right. Get a lot of water. Nah, I use the restroom as well, so. All right. Squadron 42 month report is up. You ready, chat? Oh. Oof. All right. Three, two, one. Actually, wait. Make sure I'm set up properly. There you go. Recording now. Welcome to another office hours capsule. That's right, capsule. This is a small segment of our office hours live stream that we do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Pacific, or no, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. We'd love to see you here joining us live. We talk a little bit about lore, news, and other things. I say this is a small segment because this is actually part of a longer, almost 5-hour stream where we talked about a lot of different things. But this time we're going to be talking about the Squadron 42 month report from the month of March. So without any further ado, let's look at what was done in Squadron 42 last March. All right. AI content. Oh, wait. Welcome to March 42 development report. Enclosed, you will find details on the latest progress made across the campaign, including planetary tech, ship behaviors, and fluff terminals. AI content. In March, AI content team made improvements to interactivity aboard the Javelin Gauntlet by introducing dynamic conversations, greetings, and I'm busy dialogue for NPCs. This is in response to playtesting, as it became evident that players sought closer interactions with NPCs, prompting the integration of reactive responses. I'm guessing that, yeah, that's interesting, because I'm sure that they didn't expect people to want to interact a lot with the characters. There's a reason why, which CIG spoiled, but it makes sense, because you introduce your being on a ship, you expect to be able to know the people on that ship. So interesting. But also playtesting, so they are going through and playtesting the game. I know they have in the past, but it feels different for some reason. Also, as a result of feedback from playtesting, the length of the trolley was reduced to 4-box configuration. This decreases the time spent stacking and unstacking and increasing time traveling, which was preferred. Elevator travel with the trolleys is also polished to eliminate clipping issues upon exiting elevators. Additionally, an extra front stack spot was incorporated for enhanced trolley functionality, as NPCs looked robotic without it. The bed mattress was rigged for deformation, enabling realistic movement when NPCs sit or sleep on it, adding additional layer of detail to the environment. The final touches were also applied to bed bunk animations, enhancing the realism of NPC actions such as sitting, reading, watching TV, and sleeping for more immersive experience. The final touches were also applied to bed bunk animations. Oh, I already said that. NPC interactions with wall-based buttons, such as those calling for elevators, can now accommodate 45-degree approaches. Furthermore, AI can carry boxes and press buttons simultaneously, eliminating the need to drop items to interact with doors or elevator controls. We get that for players? Refinements to scripted walking behaviors within the ship's corridors are ongoing to ensure NPCs move convincingly while avoiding critical scenes. That sounds like a lot of polish work. That doesn't sound like basic stuff. This sounds like spot checking and fixing some of the issues. That's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. AI features. March saw the AI features team continuing to iterate and polish features for specific level scenarios. They also worked through some technical debt, refactoring the AI system to remove bugs, simplify the code, and make development of new functionality and features easier. AI Tech. AI Tech fixed bugs, made small improvements to NPCs using elevators and using trolleys to move boxes. They also progressed with the major task of improving and polishing NPCs driving ground vehicles, which involved adding a new path follower for driving movement requests. They also implemented an improved controller system for vehicles by utilizing 2 PID controllers to control steering and requested velocity. Now NPCs will stick closer to the design path, design path, without overshooting during turns. The next step is iterating on the collision avoidance system to work as intended when NPCs need to avoid other ground vehicles or characters. Animation. Last month, the team worked on animations and design work for multiple story scenes and background elements, including life aboard the core ship and on various space stations. Progress was also made on EVA, combat animations for various enemy classes, and assets and design for utility functionality. The team are currently improving AI leisure on the core ships and working towards the final result for the first 2 dressing animations. Dressing animations, okay. EVA combat for various enemy classes. That's... Man, CIG's going crazy with this game. Alright. Gameplay story. Gameplay story made substantial progress on Chapter 1, involving revisiting the golden path through the level, which led to several scenes being adjusted. Everyone seems happy with the new layout, and the level appears to flow much better now. Gameplay story team. New mocap was shot to overhaul several Chapter 1 scenes and is currently being implemented. This work looks really promising, and we can't wait to see the positive impact this will have on the chapter. Alongside this, text now appears on characters' mobiGlass screens as they dictate a message. For Chapter 4, a huge update was completed on a complex 2-person scene. This now uses standard data pads throughout, which can be holstered and unholstered from the character's legs before and after the scene. This looks better, brings the scene more in line with the rest of the game world, and makes the setup a lot cleaner. Finally, the team received further audio and facial data for Chapter 5, which was incorporated into the relevant scenes. Interesting. A lot of this stuff feels like they're getting into it. like we're actually seeing them kind of focus this on as a game experience rather than just getting the functionality down. Graphics and VFX programming. Throughout March, much of the department's focus was on bug fixing and various features initially developed for Squadron 42, currently being implemented into the persistent universe for Alpha 3.23. Performance scaling options were added to the water simulation to ensure it can scale to all hardware, while various improvements were made to water boundary shading and visor wetness to achieve a seamless effect as players enter water. Support for distance field collisions was also completed for more accurate collisions from vehicles. The Vulcan team worked through several performance issues as they moved closer to matching D3D performance. This precedes the enabling of multi-threading for the next release to hopefully smash D3D performance levels on CPU. GPU performance should remain similar. However, some performance issues currently remain. Also, depending on the location context, players may see worse performance, hence the beta label on Vulcan. But our aim is for us to get widespread testing in Alpha 3.23 so we can enable Vulcan by default in the following release. It seems like we're not getting Vulcan for Alpha 3.23, but who knows? Maybe it's just that it's not fully integrated in 3.23. It's going to be fully integrated in 4.0 or whatever. Graphics, VFX, and programming team. Alongside this, the team currently reworking shaders to reduce the total number of PSOs, shaders, that need compiling when the game starts. Work on global illumination continued too, with a focus on performance as the team moves forward to an internal rollout of the first version for testing by the art teams. Planet Tech team started work on Planet Tech V5, with initial focus on groundwork required to set up spatial partitioning. They're currently deciding how this will work with server meshing and server crash recovery. The devs also introduced the concept of default planets for internal editor, so that it's trivial for anyone to create and use Planet for testing. On the VFX programming side, in addition to water improvements, the team continued with networking supports for fire simulation. They're also making changes to augmented reality render layer to enable support for holographic weapons. For example, muzzle flashes, projectiles, enemies, and impacts. That doesn't mean augmented reality for real life. It means augmented reality in game, the AR visor, which is a little different. Narrative. Last month, the narrative continued to close out work, adding additional narrative touches throughout the campaign. This included providing text for numerous fluff terminals and screens, as well as non-interactable set dressing items that provide opportunities for world building. For example, a TV screen that displays news headlines of the day. Text passes were completed for several mission-specific discoverable items that need fleshing out. An example of this work is crafting the specific text inside the data file that players can uncover during a mission. The team also made a pass over an objective text and map labels to ensure they're as clear as possible. Additionally, a small recording session was held in March to pick up a few lines of voiceover and ambient chatter that were needed to help bring the world to life. This was all alongside continuing to review levels with mind towards polishing and improving the storytelling and narrative pacing of gameplay moments. Tech design. March saw tech design provide interactable support across multiple entities and chapters. They also began an initiative to optimize and implement the implementation of AI usable corridor. For flight, the AI was reworked to make enemies more difficult and responsive, and combat test level was updated to help assess the changes. A small change was also made to ensure that a specific character flies slowly when they lead quantum travel. Various bugs were also fixed for flight, including issues with quantum travel target selection, AI not using gimbals. Oh, quantum travel target selection. Oh, how awful is that? AI not using gimbals, and the Drake Cutlass being invulnerable when shot from behind. Those all seem very familiar. General support, coordination, and bug fixing was also provided across the project. March saw the UI team on player-facing UIs used at specific locations to support key plot points. The team are currently optimizing the game's opening level to improve the player's first experience with better storytelling and increased frame rate. Finally, the devs worked on UI seen in cinematic sequences, designed brand visuals, and created scenes that the actors can react to at key points. And lastly, VFX. Last month, the VFX team continued their ongoing support of other teams. This included a focus on optimization, particularly for some of the more intensive scenarios in the game. That's less... The Squadron 42 reports are getting smaller and smaller in terms of content, but I do feel like a lot of what we're seeing here is further along in the polish phase than we have seen in the past. For those of you who are unfamiliar, typically playtesting is done, throughout a project's history, as long as you can playtest it. But the level of playtesting that they're doing and getting feedback for is very granular, which doesn't feel like something you would do unless you have a lot of the basic features polished and ready to go. You're just trying to dial in the experience, which is closer to a beta level than it is an alpha level. Now, there are many chapters in Squadron 42, something like over 20. So them dialing in maybe a beta experience for chapter 1 doesn't mean the game is done. It just means that they're probably really polishing chapter 1 to shine. Possibly to, I don't know, show off at some big event, maybe? Who knows? Maybe we could even playtest it. That's just me being speculative, nothing seen here, but most of what we saw was animation, AI work, and gameplay story work, which all is focused around telling the story and making the universe feel more emergent and believable. I really like the thing they pointed out with having a TV screen on that has news being played in the background. That's the kind of stuff that you don't have to interact with, but it's there and helps you build like the world building a little bit more, which is good. I like it. But I want to hear your thoughts, as always, down in the comments below. Do you think this is good? Do you think we're heading towards a polished version of Squadron 42? Maybe even an announcement date towards the end of this year? Who knows? Let me know in the comments below, and if you think tell me if I'm crazy. And if you really enjoyed this content and you enjoy all my content, make sure you like the video, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when there's release and when I go live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, but specifically the office hours is on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Love to see you come here, and like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. Thank you. That's not bad. About 15 minutes. These have been becoming shorter and shorter, but yeah, I don't know. I just have this feeling that what we're seeing is CIG is wrapping it up. One of the big. Thank you, Joes. A lot of it is just learning to repurpose online content, live content, to recorded content. That's the goal. So, like, this content that I just did is going to go up probably on Monday. The content that I did earlier today is going to go up tomorrow. And then Captain's Table stuff is going to be up on Saturday. Someone asked earlier about Captain's Table. I don't know who's going to be on because it's just Fair Assault right now. So I have to start browbeating people to see who can come on. But double check. Yeah, it's just Fair Assault for now. So I'll have to start gathering information, but we're going to be talking about the engineering. So we're going to talk about engineering gameplay and talking about goods and bads and those sorts of things. So Invictus discussion will probably be next week, X. So if you want to come on next week, that'd be great. April 27th. We got plenty of spots open there, so. It's always good to do sit down with the info runners and talk ships. I'll reach out to Subliminal and see if he wants to talk as well. So. I'll make another announcement being like, hey, engineering gameplay. Who wants to talk about engineering gameplay? So. But yeah, I need to go to bed here shortly because I have been streaming for fucking 4+ hours. And I usually try to keep this under 4 because I got to get some sleep and got to get up early tomorrow and do work and such. But thank you for hanging out with us. It does mean a lot that you have been hanging out with us. Hopefully you enjoyed all this content. If you did, make sure you like the video if you're on YouTube, subscribe for more content, or hit the follow button on Twitch. I don't say this a lot, but if you are enjoying yourself, hit the follow button. We are currently at 17,950 followers. So we're 50 followers away from 18,000 followers on Twitch. And on YouTube, this YouTube channel is like a breath's away. It's 47 follows away from 6,000 total subscribers. So if you have been enjoying yourself with this content, make sure you hit those buttons because those are the best ways of figuring out when new stuff comes out. But yeah. Woo! All right. Love your faces. And like I say every time, hope to see you some. Oop, hold on.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Yes.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Quo7 has subscribed.
Thank you so much there, Qualo7, for that prime sub. You were a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Now I'll say, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.